8:30.
Oh, 8:30. Oh.
Yeah.
Joining us for part of the day. So
Um,
just to let you know, that's a valid person trying to join.
okay, great. Yeah, I'm just letting people in, assuming that. But how come that is so low?
I don't know.
Can you turn that up at all?
I just did.
Yeah. So Paul, will you say, just say the alphabet, anything?
ABC.
Yeah, what is up?
Try again.
Try again. Will you do that again?
Sure, ABC.
Thank you. That was much better. You can even go a little louder, Nate. Okay, cool. So let's see, I'm gonna check on my list. So we have people who are very early.
Yeah, you might want to let them know. I mean, this is open to the public. They're welcome to stay and participate. Also, the TAC meeting is at 9:30. And Paul will be leading the discussion at the TAC meeting. But people are welcome to stay and participate. It's certainly open to the public. But if they have other things they want to do before 9:30, they should feel free.
Right. So for those who are not with Federal Highway and are just usually here for our TAC meeting, like Mark and Andrew, our TAC meeting is starting at 9:30. Excuse me. So if you, sorry, dry air in here. If you want to come back at 9:30, but you're welcome to stay and hang out and be part of the conversation here with Federal Highway. So we leave that up to you, whether you, okay, Andrew made his decision. Oh no, wait, people are moving all over. Yeah, so just wanted to make sure everybody knew. So let's see, we have Lee, we have Paul. I'm seeing Walter. Bob Bollinger. Okay.
Bob's with our division office.
Awesome. Yes, New Hampshire division. I have my cheat sheet, who all your whole team is. Good. Yeah. So
There's Bob.
morning. You are muted, Bob. There you go.
Oh, hey, everybody. Good morning. Hey, I apologize. I've been noticing with my glasses, they have that anti-reflective coating. For some reason, they always look blue when I'm on video. So I might drop from video. So, but we'll see. But I just wanted to say good morning. And I think, Lee, just for your benefit and for Paul's, I'm going to try to stay on for as much as I can today. And obviously the way you've got the schedule partitioned, I think there's certain parts where it's more beneficial for me to be here than others. I'm just giving you the heads up if I get a call or something from from other entities, and including our office people, if I have to drop off. But I'll try to be with you for as much as I can today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul, this is Peggy Griffin. The reason your glasses are blue is your monitor reflecting the blue light that you see. Just so you know.
Yeah, you're muted, Bob.
You're on mute, Bob. There you go.
It doesn't look that blue. I mean, it's not that as noticeable maybe to you.
No, it's not terrible.
You look fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a reflection of the blue light from your monitor.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you for the
just in case you were wondering, which means you should maybe have a filter on your glasses to keep it out of your eyes.
Yeah, there's some sort of anti-reflective coating in there, and I never honestly noticed it until we went to the world of video conferencing 8 months ago. So but other people have noticed it. So thank you for telling me it's not too bad. I appreciate it.
No, you look great. James, any luck yet? No, he can't hear me. For whatever reason, my laptop, I was fine. I could hear everyone on our Tuesday, conference call and no problem. And then I couldn't hear anything yesterday and still can't. So something's happened with my laptop, which is really fun when you're at a planning board meeting and you have 18 people calling in. Yeah, that's fun.
Timing is everything.
I think her computer might need to restart, but I don't want her to lose the meeting. So maybe this just wait until after you guys have a break.
All right. I don't think James is having any luck. We're hearing him mumble in the background.
You need to get in here?
No. Just trying to figure it out. Okay.
The microphone might be working right now, so.
The microphone is working right now. All right. Oh, well. All right, Nate, I'll relinquish this seat.
Okay, well,
You can just let
James
people in.
is not been able to hear sound working.
I'm gonna do a quick email to,
You could probably, there's a field laptop. Probably get that one going. So that
can't get that going, huh?
once we restart the field
Well, he will do the host. Go ahead. Yeah, I'll come back to that. Start time is 8:22. We're still early.
Yeah, we're still early.
All right, so we're gonna still troubleshoot.
Yeah. Sorry, folks, we're just working a little technical difficulties out on our end here with Sylvia's computer, but hopefully we'll be able to get that sorted out before 8:30.
That's why we had the call on Tuesday.
I know.
This problem should have arisen then, right?
I'm telling you, yeah. Her computer isn't necessarily essential to, the business we're going to be conducting today, but, if her computer can work, then she can be in her office and I can be in here and we can be distanced and but we'll see.
So are most of you guys still coming into the office to meet, or are folks working from home, or some combination thereof?
It's kind of a combination. Yeah, we have 11 people on staff and are you trying to plug those external speakers in?
They're there.
This is running through these speakers in the ceiling, so I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we have 11 people on staff and pretty much the idea is that everybody will be in 2 days a week, but a different 2 days a week, kind of rolling. So some people may be in on Monday and Thursday, and other people may be in on, Tuesday and Friday, but the idea is that everybody, keeps their finger to the pulse of what's happening in the office at least 2 days a week, but not all here on the same days. And that our office is big enough that people can keep some distance but we can still have, 3-4 people in the office each day kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, that's about our limit here too. Almost the same number of people, 12 people here, and 3-person limit. I'm actually in the office today, and I'm the only one, so it's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Very quiet.
Bob, your glasses look good, by the way. No worries on that.
Thank you, Nate. Good morning. How are you today?
I think you should just wear sunglasses, Bob. I mean, that would be a nice look.
Sometimes in this room I have to actually when the sun passes right in front of those windows. So the afternoon's a little hot and bright. So
I see you have the shade closed there.
yeah, exactly.
Does anyone else think it's strange that here we are with temperatures down in the 20s, that at least I am, and I know others are drinking iced coffee instead of hot coffee? Does that seem odd to anyone?
I'll admit, Paul, that the thought of iced coffee did not cross my mind this morning. I went with the normal hot stuff.
Oh, all right. Well, maybe it's me.
Oh, it does say something about you for sure, but
Thank you, Leah. Oh, see, that starts the day off on a good note right there.
We still have people coming into the waiting room that I'm admitting to the meeting here. So we're almost at 8:30 though.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to probably see some people joining us throughout the day. I know some of our federal review team will be joining us closer probably to the time that they're agenda items are coming. So that wouldn't surprise me to see a few people joining throughout the day. All right, do you want to go ahead and get started, and then people will join as they come in?
Yeah, I don't see anybody else in the waiting room, Paul. Sylvia is still having some technical difficulties, so she's here in this conference room with me, but I think we can go ahead and get started.
Okay, all right. Well, first of all, good morning, and thank you for participating in the review. I want to start off by thanking Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission staff for one, pulling together the Zoom meetings that we've had the Tuesday and today, and also all of the work that goes into preparing for a planning review. There's a lot of work that goes into that that could easily be overlooked. So thank you, Sylvia, Nate, and staff. Thanks for that. Also, our federal review team. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes with the federal review team as well. We've had some meetings to discuss some things among ourselves and the review of various topics that we're going to be covering either with a desk review or today in discussion as well. So thanks everybody for that. Guess I'll start with just every 4 years, Federal Highway and Federal Transit get together and jointly review MPOs and how the federal planning process is being implemented. And the last review here in Southern New Hampshire was back in 2016. And as a result of that review, there were a few corrective actions, a few recommendations, and we've discussed some of those already. Some of them have been satisfied, others we've talked about leading up to this meeting, and some more will probably come out during today's meeting. And what we hope to accomplish here is get a good sense of the federal planning process, how it's being implemented. Are there areas that we see room for improvement in? And also noting areas that are being done very well. So that's not going to be something that will be overlooked. If we recognize something that's being done very well, we'll certainly include that in the report. And our goal is to produce a review report following this meeting, this review. We'll first send that out to the MPO and the state. We'll ask for some technical corrections. And then once we receive back those technical corrections, if there are any, we'll submit a final report. And following that report, we will ask the MPO to put together an action plan to outline how they're going to address what the findings were. So that's why we're here. This is pretty much what we're going to be looking into today. Why don't we just start into the agenda? Does anyone have any questions before we begin? Nobody. Actually, before we get to the agenda, I'm going to go through some names. Not everybody's here, but I'd like to introduce the federal review team, excuse me. And as I said, some people will probably be joining us a little bit later in the day as we get closer to their topic on the agenda. So Lee Levine is with us from the division office. My name is Paul Maloney. I am also with the division office. Bob Bollinger from the division office. Wanda Huey-Culbertson is going to be joining us from the division office as well. We will be having Eric Peel join us from our resource center, and Walter Satterfield. I saw his name. Let's see. Walter's with us right now, so thank you for joining us, Walter. Walter is also with our resource center, and he's joining us today as a guest. Corbin Davis, thank you for joining us. He's with our headquarters office, and Brian Gardner is joining us as the system planning and analysis team leader, also from the Office of Planning at headquarters. So thanks for joining us, Brian. And we have Jennifer Carrier with us. Jennifer is with our Connecticut division office, and Jennifer is kind of auditing, I guess might be a nice way to say it. Kind of taking a look at the process that we use today. Jennifer's fairly new with our agency and might get something out of how we do it, and then might have some feedback for us too. So that would be welcome. So from FTA, we have Leah Sermon, Region 1. Brandon Burns is with us today, and Margaret Griffin, Peggy, is joining us. So thank you all for joining us. And that's our federal team that I am aware of. And Nate, do you want to go around and tell us who's not federal with us?
Sure. Well, in the room here at the commission office is myself, Nate Miller, and behind me is Sylvia Von Aulich. And we probably will have other staff from our office joining, for certain sections of the agenda throughout the day that is, maybe of interest to them individually. So as people come in and out, we will introduce them to you all. You'll see that Sylvia's office looks like it still has a blank video screen going there. She's had some technical issues with her computer this morning, so you may see different people coming in and out of that screen as they attempt to, fix her computer. We had a couple of our commissioners log in a few minutes ago. They have logged back out. I think they're most interested in the discussion that Paul will be leading at our TAC meeting in about 50 minutes or so. Our TAC meeting is part of the agenda today. Paul will have the floor for the large majority of that meeting to have a facilitated discussion with our commissioners and TAC members and other stakeholders and partner agencies about the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission's planning process. So as those folks come in, particularly for the TAC meeting, we'll probably start seeing people entering the meeting, I would say around 9:15 or so. And as folks come in, we'll make sure to introduce them to everybody. I'd also be remiss in not noting that our colleague William Rose from New Hampshire DOT has joined the call as well. So thank you for being here, William.
Is that Bill Jean from Bedford?
Oh yes, it looks like Bill Jean may still be connected to the phone to the call here. Bill Jean is one of our commissioners from the town of Bedford. I don't know if he's still actually connected. It looks like he's on.
Yes, I am, Nate.
Okay. Yep. Well, good morning, Bill.
Morning.
So that's it on our end, Paul.
Okay.
At the moment.
And I guess we'll leave it up to everybody to decide if they want to have video on or not. It's up to you. Looking at the agenda, the first item that we have is basically overview of the planning challenges facing the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. So this is going to be a presentation that I think Nate may be going to walk us through. And take it away, Nate.
Well, yeah, we don't have a formal presentation per se, but thought that we would just have a discussion about some of the issues that are facing our region. We have a little list that we thought we might walk through with everybody. You'll see a couple of PowerPoints from me on other topics today, so I'll spare everybody another PowerPoint. But actually, Lori Makaravich from Manchester Transit Authority is joining the call. So welcome and good morning to you, Lori. So some of the challenges that are facing our region. Funding is a challenge for us. We're a small state. I think if you look at the breakdown of FAST Act allocations around the country, I think we are 50th out of 50 states in the union in terms of the overall Title 23 funding that comes into New Hampshire. That means that, you know, we're dealing with more fiscal constraints than some of our neighboring states, and that always presents a challenge to us to how we meet our needs with less funding than every other state in the union under Title 23. So that remains a challenge for us. That rolls down into the PL funding as well. We have 4 MPOs splitting the PL funding in New Hampshire. For instance, our colleagues in Vermont get more overall PL funding for the state of Vermont than we do in New Hampshire, and they have one small MPO, or one MPO serving a small urban area, I should say. So we deal with funding challenges, and I know there's not anything any of you can do about those funding challenges, but I think it's important to note those. They are constraints on our ability in New Hampshire to effectuate our transportation infrastructure improvements. Multimodal transportation development is a continuing, I guess, it's a theme. In some ways, it's a challenge. There's a big project that has been in the discussion phase for a long time. It's called the Capital Corridor Passenger Rail Project. It is a project that would connect southern New Hampshire to the MBTA's passenger rail infrastructure at Lowell. So it would go basically through Nashua and to Manchester. So it would be a passenger rail connection for Manchester, Nashua into the Boston metro area. It has been a project that our commission has been strongly supportive of for many years, as has our partner agency at the Nashua Regional Planning Commission. The Nashua MPO has been strongly supportive of that as well. It is a very political project. So depending on how the state infrastructure, the state legislature is comprised, the project ebbs and flows. But in the last legislative cycle, the state did move forward in advancing a $5 million, what's called project development phase. So that would be engineering and NEPA phase work to bring that project one step closer to construction. So that is something that we're keeping a very close eye on in our region, and could be a real game changer for how our transportation network in the region functions in the future, and what alternatives we have to single occupant vehicle travel. We are working also on closely with our bicycle and pedestrian partner groups around the region on the development of what's called the Granite State Rail Trail. This is a statewide rail trail development effort that would go basically from the Massachusetts state line up to and around the city of Concord and west to Lebanon, New Hampshire, and into Vermont. So it would be kind of a statewide rail trail connection. We have some gaps remaining in that trail in our region that we are working with our state partners and with our municipalities through both the TAC program as well as through our MTP and TIP process to scope and implement projects to fill those gaps and get that rail trail project to completion. That would be a major kind of spine, backbone of our bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, not only in our region, but statewide. We continue to work with our municipalities to, and our statewide partners as well, through their bicycle and pedestrian statewide plan, to ensure complete streets considerations are part of the standard practice in developing transportation projects. So sidewalks, bicycle infrastructure, and that's been underscored, I think, by the pandemic and the pandemic's effect on really encouraging, I guess, more active transportation by people who weren't necessarily doing that form of transportation before. We're seeing a lot more demand and a lot more interest at the local level in developing bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, partially in response to what's been happening with the pandemic. We are a region that is facing some demographic challenges. We have an aging population, and to some extent, our region is kind of a microcosm of what you see around the country. We have an urban core, including and surrounding the city of Manchester, New Hampshire, and then we have very rural communities outside of that. The services that exist within that urban core are very different than the services that exist in the rural communities that are 2 or 3 towns away from the city of Manchester. So we continue to try to get and develop some level of demand response, elderly and disabled transit service to our rural communities. That's a major theme of ours. To help and expand our volunteer driver networks to better serve the rural areas of our region. So that is partially in response to our aging population. It's also, we've had within the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, which Sylvia in our office has led, a multi-year effort that we call Becoming Age Friendly. So working with our communities on assessing how their populations are aging and what changes need to be made at the local level, whether it be in terms of local land use regulations, building retrofits, businesses, and other gaps that help to serve our aging population. Sylvia can talk more about that if that's of interest to the group. It's a major effort, as I mentioned, within our region. We're probably not going to talk about it too much today because it's kind of aside from our core UPWP tasks, but we do, as the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, administer about $400,000 per year of Section 5310 funding through a number of different subrecipients in the region. We are the lead agency in this part of the state, working with our partners at New Hampshire DOT's Bureau of Rail and Transit. We work with subrecipients, Easter Seals, Manchester Transit Authority, Catholic Charities through volunteer driver programs to administer and assist them with subrecipient monitoring and reporting for the elderly and disabled transit services that are funded in our region. So that's an important part of what we do that ties into our changing demographics. We're probably, like I say, probably not going to talk a whole lot about that today because it's a little bit, aside from our normal UPWP metropolitan transportation planning activities. But I think it's important for the review team to know that is a role that we play within this region. We continue to work with our statewide partners to improve safety, and we have a toward zero or vision zero policy in our strategic highway safety plan in New Hampshire. Our region and our partner agencies have bought into that, and we continue to try to work with our municipalities to coordinate and conduct road safety audits at areas of concern, as well as work with the state to implement systemic safety improvements around our region where warranted. And then lastly, I think I would note in this discussion kind of an overall challenge that's facing our region, but facing every region in this country, every MPO, every regional planning commission, every state, is the pandemic in general. And how we can best respond in our capacity as an MPO to how the needs are changing with a local level, with our municipalities, for how transit use will change likely for an extended period of time. We used to measure success with public transportation development based on how many passengers we could fit on a bus and how many passengers we can move in an hour. I suspect that is going to change for at least the medium term as we have social distancing and other transit considerations that are directly going to affect how transit agencies have historically measured performance and measured their success. It's not going to necessarily be about how many people we can squeeze together on a bus. It's going to be how we can effectuate public transportation safely. and in accordance with all of the pandemic-related guidelines that have been issued at the state and federal level. That's a significant change that I think transit agencies, not only in our region, but around the country, are going to continue to deal with. And we're trying to find our place as an MPO to provide the best guidance and assistance we can to our transit agencies on those types of issues. Volunteer driver programs, I mentioned that briefly earlier, but continuing to expand the geographic scope of volunteer driver programs so that every corner of our region has some level of access to a volunteer driver program. It's a challenge. We don't have a lot of new volunteers stepping up. In a lot of cases, the volunteers who are providing rides around our region are older than the people that they are driving around to appointments. We don't have an influx of new and young volunteers. So we place a lot of emphasis on recruiting new volunteers and outreach to recruit new volunteers to help fill that need in our region. Manchester and I think Nashua as well, our colleagues to the south, are right at the tipping point in terms of density and size of community that we're beginning to see, or we were at least prior to the pandemic, beginning to see more and more interest in micro-mobility, the scooters and that we've seen in larger cities around the country. That interest we're starting to see it here in Manchester, and what our role as an MPO is related to micro-mobility and how we provide guidance to communities related to micro-mobility development and what considerations we should be bringing to their attention. That's a challenge for us to try to sort that out as well. And we'd be interested to hear whatever guidance you have for us in terms of how to provide assistance to municipalities on micro-mobility type questions and issues.
You might want to mention that they all left at the pandemic.
Yes, I did mention that that interest in micro-mobility was largely coming to fruition before the pandemic. I think a lot of these companies have had some significant financial challenges as a result of the pandemic. Some of them have closed, and we were very pleased and happy to have assisted the city of Manchester in developing a bike share program that had been deployed with a number of stations around the city. Unfortunately, the third-party private company that helped to run that bike share program was a victim of the financial implications of the pandemic. So we no longer have a bike share program in the city of Manchester because that company just couldn't make it financially due to the pandemic. So
there's nothing in the whole state anymore. There's no micro-mo in the whole state. It's gone.
Yeah, and Sylvia behind me is saying that is a dynamic that the entire state is seeing, that companies that are providing micromobility solutions or were interested in doing that prior to the pandemic have basically disappeared in New Hampshire. Whether or not they reappear or reemerge as the pandemic ebbs, we'll see. But that was something, at least prior to the pandemic, that was becoming a significant issue that was getting a lot of attention, and how we as an MPO provide guidance to our municipalities with those types of considerations is definitely something we're interested in learning more about. So I spared you a PowerPoint, Paul, that walked through all of this, but I hope that was a kind of rapid fire hitting a lot of the different challenges and issues that I think are topical in our region. And I will yield the floor back to you.
Oh, well, thank you. No, that was a lot of information, a lot of good information. And as far as sharing some guidance to communities, I know that there are many communities out there, MPOs must be involved in them, that also have micro-mobilities. Various cities that I have before the pandemic visited, there were scooters throughout the city, bike share programs. And like you're talking about here in New Hampshire, I'm sure that to some extent they've been hit as well with the pandemic. How many are successful? Who knows? I can't say. But I think we could probably look into that and see if there are some examples that we could draw from that other MPOs are providing guidance to communities. I think we could probably look into that to see if we can provide some help for you there. So I've made a note of that, and we'll look into that. Thank you for that information, Nate. That was very informative. So continuing on with our first agenda item, status of MPO agreements. Lee is going to lead that conversation, and I guess take it away, Lee.
Sure. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, so actually, Nate, I don't know if you've prepared any introductory remarks or if you do have a presentation for this. So I'll ask you that question first and let you do that if you do have something to present.
No, Lee, I talked with Paul after Tuesday and basically what we decided was I would do presentations. There were really 3 areas of interest where kind of an introductory presentation was of interest to the review team, that being performance-based planning, ITS architecture, and Title VI and public participation plan. So I did not want to overstep my bounds and do formal introductory presentations on any of the other topics of the agenda, but I'm certainly happy to share, our perspective of where we're at on our MPO planning agreements. Not to steal your thunder, Lee, but basically we have our master agreement, which was last updated in 2019. I know you're well familiar with all of the language there. That's a master agreement between the MPOs as well as New Hampshire DOT and our transit partner agencies around the state. One item that's specific to our region within that master agreement is that we have a sub MOU with the Central New Hampshire Planning Commission to include the communities that are within their region but have parts of the Manchester urbanized area, namely Allenstown, Bow, and Pembroke. We have a sub MOU within that master MOU with Central New Hampshire Planning Commission to include those communities in our transportation planning process, to afford them seats on our MPO and TAC, and to include the projects that are needed within the Manchester UZA portions of those communities within our TIP. And if you've reviewed our TIP, you'll see that we do have projects from the town of Bow in our TIP. The town of Bow is not one of the 14 member municipalities of the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, but the projects of interest within the town of Bow, I think it's a safety corridor improvement on Route 3A that is within the Manchester UZA portion of the town of Bow, so we include it in our TIP accordingly. More recently, yep.
I'm sorry, if I could ask a quick question about that, because I did see that the model also includes Dunbarton. So if you could kind of clarify for us, because that wasn't one of the communities you mentioned. So I'm assuming there might be a part of the Manchester urbanized area that overlaps the boundary, perhaps, of Dunbarton. There isn't.
No, there isn't. It's only Allenstown, Pembroke, and Bow that have portions of the Manchester UZA. The reason why we have Dunbarton in the plan was that, in the model, was there are important roadways that connect through the town of Dunbarton that, you really couldn't kind of effectuate a model without having the town of Dunbarton in there, because, roads would just not be connected without the town of Dunbarton in there. So we included Allenstown, Bow, Pembroke, and Dunbarton in the model because we needed Dunbarton in the model for those roadway connections. But the town of Dunbarton doesn't have any portion of the Manchester UZA in it.
Okay, thank you. And I do notice that you do have Central New Hampshire Planning Commission staff often participating in your TAC meetings. So it seems like there's good coordination going on there between you and the rural RPC there.
Correct, and we often participate in their TAC meetings as well. on the other side to keep our finger to the pulse of what's happening within the Manchester UZA portion of their region. So yes, Dean Williams, my counterpart in the central New Hampshire region. I'm sure he'll be at the TAC meeting in a few minutes and will can share his thoughts from the central New Hampshire point of view. I just noticed we had a phone caller here just coming in. Area code 207.
Oh, 7, isn't that Vermont?
The telephone caller with area code 207. Could you please identify yourself just for the group's knowledge? It sounds like you need to hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Hey there, Nate. It's Carl from.
Oh, okay. It's Carl Epic from our office. Okay.
Having all kinds of technical problems. Sorry.
All right. I'm going to rename Carl so we know who Carl is. Carl Epic is the principal transportation planner in our office, a staff member here at the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. So, Lee, just the master MOU is one consideration. We also, in 2019, we signed on with partner agencies across New Hampshire and Massachusetts and Rhode Island, I believe, into a multi-state Boston urbanized area MOU. I believe that's on file as well with your office, Lee. And most recently, our colleagues at the Nashua MPO have done yeoman's work in putting together a multi-state MOU between New Hampshire and Massachusetts agencies for the Nashua urbanized area. So we have a Nashua urbanized area MOU, a Boston urbanized area MOU, and then our master MOU between all of the MPOs and New Hampshire DOT and transit agencies.
Great. Yes. I appreciate that overview. A lot of agreements going on, and I'm aware of the updated Nashua urbanized area agreement. So once that is done, I believe it's under review now at the Massachusetts DOT and the 2 Massachusetts MPOs, North Middlesex and Massachusetts. But Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, because you do have, you're impacted by the Nashua urbanized area, you will be signatory to that agreement as well. And will that then, I'm assuming because the existing Nashua urbanized area agreement is sort of a sub-agreement of this master MOU, would that then be incorporated, the one that's in process now, as another sub-agreement of the master MOU, or is that sort of a standalone agreement for that?
Yeah, that's a good question. The existing in the master MOU, the Nashua UZA sub-agreement is largely between DOT, Nashua MPO, and Southern New Hampshire for the New Hampshire portion of Nashua UZA dollars that get sub-allocated and what that process of sub-allocation is. Right now, that Nashua sub-agreement is a sub-agreement to the master MOU. In terms of structure, I think, whether that should become a sub-agreement to the Nashua MOU rather than the master MOU, I'm not sure. I think we'd be happy to do whatever makes sense for our partner agencies. But right now, in the master MOU, the Nashua UZA agreement is really kind of specific to how the process works for the sub-allocated STBG over 200,000 funds and what the formula is and how the 2 MPOs in New Hampshire program those funds in coordination with New Hampshire DOT.
Yeah, thank you for noting that about the sub-allocated funds. That is something I wanted to just ask. From your perspective, how is that process working with you guys? I know it hasn't been too long. We're talking about the agreement being in place since September 2019. But do you have any thoughts so far on how things are working out?
So far, so good from our perspective. We have in our tip, we did use our sub-allocation authority to program a couple of projects in our tip in the town of Londonderry that used the STBG over 200,000 sub-allocated funds. We do include, and we were happy to be able to do that, an item in our self-certification in our tip, advising that we have exercised our sub-allocation authority. We also, I'm pleased to report that the TAP program, we did sub-allocate TAP funds to a project in the town of Londonderry in the 2019 cycle, which was successfully funded and is now programmed. So from our perspective, it has been working, and we have no issues with it, and we self-certified accordingly in our last tip.
Great, good. I'm glad to hear that. With New Hampshire's process, it's very much state-driven, and we'll be talking about that later on in the agenda. But it's good to see that programming authority is in place, documented, and in fact occurring as it should. So appreciate that update. And also, I guess for the benefit of some of the other folks on the federal review team, the master MOU that we've been talking about, it also includes sub-agreements to cover the specific written provisions requirements for developing and sharing information related to TPM and your target setting and reporting requirements related to that stuff. So just for everyone's information, that is also covered in that master MOU by way of sub-agreements that are specific to those different measures and targets. So I don't know if you have any other thoughts on that, but I just wanted to make sure that was out there for everybody's awareness.
And also, Lee, I would just note sub-agreements between the MPOs and their respective transit providers about the sharing of information for the transit targets as well.
Yes, thank you. Good. Also, I know with that the Nashua urbanized area agreement that's in process, the Nashua MPO is, as well as you folks are considering as part of that the CO emissions measure target, and we provided some information to everybody on how the your MPO decided to set their own target related to that. And this particular requirement will be sunsetting, we all anticipate January 29th of next year. So not much time to be implementing this, but just wanted to note that as well. So thank you for doing that. And we understood the reason. We can talk more about this when we talk about performance measures as to why. It would be good, I think, to hear from you why the MPO decided to establish their own regional targets for that particular measure, as well as truck travel time reliability. So we don't have to discuss that now, but just wanted to note that as well, because it is included in context here as part of that agreement that's being worked on.
Yep, and I actually do. That is one item where Paul and I had talked that I do have an introductory presentation about performance-based planning, and I do address both of those questions in the slides there. How and why we ended up with the CMAQ carbon monoxide emissions target that we did, and how and why we ended up with the truck travel time reliability measure that we did.
Awesome, thank you. A little teaser for later in the day. Thank you. I'm not sure that I have anything else that's pressing related to agreements, but I want to make sure that Leah has an opportunity if you'd like to ask any questions, or if you have any observations or comments related to this topic area.
I don't have too much. I appreciate, I think New Hampshire did a nice job when you were doing that master MOU update of including, both the transit asset management and the transit safety information in those sub-agreements with your transit agencies. So that's already addressed, even though the PTAS rule wasn't out, I don't think, at the time. So I appreciate that. And I guess I was curious on the Nashua UZA, do you know the timing of that, where that is in the approval process?
We have sent our signature page to NRPC, and I'm not sure what the status is on the other agencies, but we have signed on our end, and Greg Lantos and Jamin Kara at Nashua MPO have been leading that process. So we could ask them to advise on where they're at in terms of collecting the various signature pages, but at least from our end, we've signed on already.
Great.
And I think this was actually, this is occurring in response to a corrective action from the Nashua TMA certification review. And I believe the timeframe we requested that this be completed in was December, so end of December. So I think my sense is that we're on track with that. It's as I mentioned, it's under review now on the Massachusetts side of the urbanized area, MassDOT and the two MPOs. But hopefully we'll see it getting wrapped up here pretty soon by the end of the calendar year.
All right. Thank you.
Well, if there are no more questions on this particular topic, we're a little bit early, and let's see, what do we want to do with that time? Actually, I had a question that could easily fall into the next topic area, but it was a recommendation that I saw that came out of the last review, and I wonder if you could speak to it. And maybe this is something that William can speak to also. I'll leave that up to you guys. I had seen a comment that the MPO felt that they could use a little bit more guidance in planning level project cost estimates for the MTP. The MTP is going to be discussed in a few minutes, obviously, but what do you think? Has that area been touched upon? Do you feel like you're at a better comfort level developing those cost estimates?
I do, and I could probably speak to that, and William can add some context as he would want as well. So, what we've done, working with our colleagues at New Hampshire DOT, is we've actually put aside some funding in our UPWP to hire what we call an on-call engineer. So in your parlance, it would be IDIQ for planning level project scoping and cost estimating services, not PE phase project development work, but when we get project proposals from communities for inclusion in our MTP or the 10-year plan, what we've been doing is we assign a task order to an on-call engineering firm that we go through the whole QBS process and hire an on-call engineering firm that's the most qualified, sign a contract with them, and then we assign task orders as needed. So we actually, as we speak, are just getting in our 5 different projects that we've assigned for our most recent project update, back with scoping memos and cost estimates. That I think that process has been really helpful for us in terms of being able to help communities scope projects to their vision, as well as get a defensible planning level cost estimate that can go into our MTP or into the 10-year plan if a project advances into the 10-year plan through our prioritization process. So that's been the primary way that we've I think improved a lot in terms of getting defensible project scoping and cost estimates is working through that what we call on-call engineering process. And from our perspective, that's worked really well, but I'll yield to William and he can share his thoughts from a state perspective as he deals with all 9 regions.
Yeah, I don't know, Nate, that was a pretty good summary that you provided. we're encouraging this same approach across all 9 regions, and we've seen varying levels of success with the different regions so far. I think we're up to 5 of the RPCs now are exercising that ability to enter into those types of agreements. Primarily where we're seeing the benefits is through the 10-year plan solicitation and vetting process. The reason I say I think we're moving in the right direction is we're not actually going to know how close we were on that concept level estimate until about 8 years after we introduce projects into the 10-year plan, because we're programming to the last 2 years in that 10-year window. But so far, as Nate's noted, I think that you've seen probably an improved conversation with the municipalities on the projects that they're putting forward and an understanding of why things cost what they cost. And certainly we're seeing an improved conversation with the engineering staff at the Department of Transportation and having an opportunity to review kind of the engineer to engineer level discussion on quantities and design approaches. So.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful. Well, I will say that we have not had one of these reviews remotely before and really weren't sure what to expect for time. We've got a few more minutes before we get into the next topic. We can either start that early, which might not be a bad idea, thinking we might go over in other areas, or just open it up to other folks on the federal review team. Do you have any other questions that you'd like to raise at this time?
I would just note, Paul, I do expect some people coming in for the TAC meeting. Actually, we just got our first person in the waiting room. So we will start to see people coming in for the TAC meeting over the next few minutes here.
Okay, all right.
But that doesn't mean we can't continue the discussion.
Well, actually, I'm sorry. I was looking at a little bit later in our agenda. I wouldn't want to start that without the TAC meeting, the TAC members there. So maybe we could take this a few minute break and go do anything we need to do and be back for 9:30. We really only have about 16 or so minutes. So if that, Lee, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just one other thought on to kind of wrap up the agreements discussion is that, you know, we're heading into the 2020 census data release and urbanized areas. Urbanized areas designations will be coming out. We anticipate sometime perhaps 2022. So that I think would be a good time to revisit that master MOU as needed, depending on what we see in terms of how boundaries are adjusted for the urbanized areas. So just wanted to put that out there because, again, you know, there could be some adjustments that might need to be made depending on what those urbanized area boundaries look like when we see them. So just to lay that out there, maybe for purposes of developing the next UPWP, for example, it might be a task that there will be some resources required to address. So that's all.
Thanks. Thank you.
Connecticut had one quick question too, if I could.
Okay, sure.
All right, so you talked about your UPWP and having a set aside for an on-call consultant. Great idea. Do you primarily use that for MTP assistance, or if you have a municipality that needs help with a TAP project or urban funding, are they also assisting with that level of estimates? And do you have, my second question is, do you have a couple of consultants, or are you just pre-qualified and entered into a contract with one?
We just enter into a contract with one, and we do also assign task orders under that contract to assist with if there are, you know, if there are planning level engineering work that a municipality is requesting outside of our normal MTP solicitation cycle or 10-year plan solicitation cycle, we have historically also used that framework to help them with those. So we, one instance that comes to mind is that we had kind of, I guess what you would call an emergent need, which was we had one of our communities having some operational issues with a roundabout, and wanted some ideas for, you know, what might be a potential MTP or 10-year plan project in the future to make improvements to that roundabout location that would help them, you know, in the long term deal with some of those operational issues that we're having. That didn't come up as part of our normal MTP or 10-year plan solicitation process, but we did assign a task order with the approval of DOT to get the municipality that assistance under our on-call engineering contract through a different task order. So we do respond to municipal requests, you know, as best we can through that contract as they come up. I hope that answers your questions.
It does. And we have a similar situation in Connecticut where our municipalities are challenged with cost estimating. So that's, I think you've developed a structure that will even help us in Connecticut. I know of one MPO that has a similar structure, but others are always looking for ideas. So that was helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. No problem.
Thanks, Jennifer. If there's nothing else, I'm going to propose just to take about a 10-minute break and be back for 9:30. Nate, you suggested that others are starting to come into the waiting room. So sounds like probably 9:30 will be a good time to kick that off, that discussion with the TAC business, and then get into conversation with the TAC members as well. Do you know if any MPO members have agreed to come?
We've reached out to them. We had some of our MPO members actually show up at about 8:30.
Well, good.
And then we said, oh, you know, if you'd like, you can come back. You're welcome to stay now, or if you'd like, you come back at 9:30. And some of them said, oh, we'll come back at 9:30 for Paul's discussion. So okay. I do expect some of our MPO members, we did reach out to them multiple times in multiple ways to try to encourage participation. So hopefully we have a good turnout.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
And I'm going to pause the recording now, and I will restart it as we get close to the TAC meeting.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting as follows. Online access through Zoom with the Zoom website, and telephone only access is to dial 646-558-8656, meeting ID 820-4988-1079. These instructions have been provided on the SNHPC website at www.snhpc.org. If anybody has a problem accessing this meeting, please call 603-669-4664 or email mduchesne@snhpc.org. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. So we'll start with a roll call vote. Sylvia, if you can go through the roll call, or the roll call of who's in attendance.
We are, I think were you just suggesting a roll call with approval of the minutes?
Oh, that's exactly what I was suggesting, Sylvia. Thank you.
Right. So, and please, a lot of people have come in. If I miss you, I'll ask at the end if I've missed any of the members, but I'll start with Dick Snow and Candia.
I'm here. I vote aye.
Thank you. Andrew Haddock in Chester.
Present. Aye.
Thanks, Andrew. Francistown, we have Linda Kuhnhart.
Present. Aye.
Thank you, Linda. In Londonderry, we have Colleen.
Here, and I vote aye on the minutes.
Thank you, Colleen. Manchester, we have Jonathan Golden.
Aye.
Thank you, Jonathan. New Boston, we have Mark Sunan.
Present and aye.
Thank you, Mark. Ware, Tom Clow.
Aye, here.
We have Lori Makarowitz from CART.
Present and aye.
Thank you, Lori. I'm sorry if I messed up your last name. It scares me. I find it scarier than my last name, so that takes a lot. We have Nancy Michaels, our Manchester and Chamber of Commerce and Londonderry Chamber of Commerce rep.
Here and aye.
Thanks, Nancy. Tim White from DES.
Present and yes on the minutes.
And although not a voting member from Federal Highway, we have several members, but I will just recognize Lee Levine and Paul Maloney today.
Morning.
Any of the,
Oh,
oh, sorry, George Sioris, I missed
Yeah,
George.
that's okay. Present and yes, aye. I'm here and I go yes on the minutes.
You do look tiny in that room.
I know, it's that conference room. It's okay.
All right. Anyone else I may have inadvertently missed? Okay, thanks, everyone. Just a note today, since we have a lot of folks on, thanks. There we go. We have Todd Connors coming in from Manchester. I'll wait for Todd because he is, I believe Manchester gets 2 votes. So Todd Connors, I don't see you on my screen, but I know you're here somewhere. Todd, if you could just say, yes, you're here, and also if you want to vote on the minutes.
Hey, Cynthia, yes, I just got here and I vote affirmative on the minutes. I was at the
Thank you,
meeting
Todd.
also.
Good to see you here. All right, so if everyone, just for Adam is taking minutes today, if everyone can please say who they are. There's too many people to be on one screen, so it would be difficult for Adam to see maybe who's speaking. If you could please say who you are, if you have something to say. And of course, we do want to hear from you throughout the meeting today. All right, Colleen. You are muted.
Oh, can you hear me now, Sylvia?
We sure can.
Okay, sorry, having kind of computer issues over here. So first on the agenda, we have Carl with a presentation on the congestion management process.
Hi, thanks, Colleen. It's actually not really a presentation. We're just we're opening up, again, sorry everyone, Carl Epic, Southern New Hampshire Planning and Principal Transportation Planner. The item today is we opened a public comment period a month ago, and the scheduled objective today was to open and close this public comment period. But as you all know, we are in the middle of a federal review. And yesterday we received some excellent comments from our federal partners. And so our recommendation to you today is to, we want to incorporate those comments, and which is going to take us a little bit of time. So we would ask for a continuance and basically to table this item for this month and keep the public hearing open through next month's meeting, at which point we can go into some of the details of the comments and changes. And at the same time, we want to keep the opportunity for providing comments from all of you today during this meeting, and or just since the comment period is open, you can provide them in writing or contact us however you'd want to do it. So that's really the essence of this item at this point. Nate, did I miss anything at this point?
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, as everybody knows, we're in the middle of our Federal Highway Administration, FTA, MPO review, and we got some great comments. We want to incorporate those. And so what we're asking for today is just to table this item to next month so that we can incorporate some of the comments that we received. But at the same time, if any TAC members do have comments on the draft CMP, we welcome those today, or you can follow up with us in writing after the meeting. But I think, you know, for the purpose of today and to give our federal partners as much time as possible, we would ask to table this item to the next meeting in December.
Dick Snow from Candia, so moved.
Seconded, Linda Kuhnhart.
All right, I'll go through our list here for the vote. Candia, Dick Snow.
Aye.
Chester Andrew Haddock,
Aye.
Derry George Sioris,
Aye.
Linda Kuhnhart in Francistown.
Favor.
Let's see, Londonderry, we have Colleen Malo.
Aye.
Manchester, Jonathan Golden and Todd Connors.
Jonathan.
Thank you.
Jonathan is aye.
Sorry, I probably shouldn't have done it that way, but I did get that both of you said aye. New Boston, Mark.
Aye.
Ware, Tom. Tom, you're muted.
Yeah, I had myself muted. Aye.
Thank you, Tom. Lori from CART.
Aye.
Thank you, Lori. Nancy.
Aye.
Thanks, Nancy. Tim.
Yes.
And you know who I did forget actually is William Rose, DOT. Why is William? Oh, there he is. Is William still with us? Sorry, William.
It's okay. And you can put me down as a yes.
Thank you. All right. So I think.
Excuse me, Sylvia. It looks like David Pierce also joined. I don't think you've identified him.
I don't know if I know David's here, and as is Deb Levins.
I'm not a member of the TAC.
Of the TAC. So they.
We did encourage folks from our MPO to join the meeting and share their thoughts with the federal review team today. So David Pierce from Goffstown is here, as well as Deb Levins and from Londonderry. And I know that some of you on the TAC also wear dual hats as members of our MPO as well. I know Mark, you do, I believe, as well as Tom
and Andrew.
We do have a number of members of our MPO policy committee here, some of whom wear two hats as TAC members and some of whom don't. So thank you very much to Dave and Deb for being here today.
Exactly. Okay, Colleen.
All right, it looks like Paul is up next with our facilitated discussion.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to the TAC members and the MPO members who are participating today and for yielding some time during your regular TAC meeting to help us out with our federal review. It's important to us to note that when we do these reviews, one thing we really like to look into is what is the local sense of how the federal planning process is really serving communities. That's really where the rubber meets the road for us. And so this is a great opportunity for us to talk with you all who represent communities, both at the TAC level and MPO policy board level. What we're most interested today in is the planning process itself, not necessarily project level comments, but more comments on the process that is being implemented through the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission and the MPO in general. So I guess I'd like to start by asking you all, and maybe it would be best if you identify yourself first and make a comment, because there are a lot of us here. How do you feel the process itself is serving your community? And I guess I should also say this, even though we're collecting input and there are individuals making this input, we're not collecting names with comments. I want to be right up front with that. What we're doing is we're going to be collecting basically the sense that we're getting, whether there's, if there's a particular name attached to a comment, we're not going to be bringing that into our report. But what we hear today is something that we're going to bring into our report at the conclusion of this process. So I guess I'll just throw that out there and ask if anyone would like to please comment on how you feel the planning process at Southern New Hampshire MPO is serving the community.
Can I ask for clarification? It's Linda Kuhnhart. You're
Sure.
talking about the process. I'm just confused exactly what we're talking about. Are we talking about how do we think Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission works for our community, or a specific project?
Well, I think particularly how well the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, how well the process that they implement serves your community. So I think a lot of times people, when we ask a question like this, sometimes people look at this and a comment that they want to provide is, well, my community doesn't get many projects, or my community gets a lot of projects, so we're very happy. That's more of a project piece of input, and we're not necessarily interested in hearing that level. So the process itself and how you feel, I guess you could look at that and say, well, do we have an equal voice? Do we, are our concerns listened to? Things along those lines. Does that help?
Yep, got it. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I'll give you, Francistown's opinion. Again, Linda Kuhnhart, Francistown. Francistown, maybe you don't know the background. We used to be with a different planning commission, and we're a small community, one of the smallest communities in this particular commission district. And there was always argument in town about, oh, we don't do anything, we don't need anything, we shouldn't be a member. And so they quit for a few years. And Francistown was a member of no regional planning commission. And many people in town who recognize the value that you get from joining a commission pushed for a few years to try and bring forth reasons of why we should rejoin the commission. And we finally got enough consensus in town to consider rejoining. So then we shopped. And we agreed in Francistown that the best meet for us was Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. And because an abutting town was already a member of that regional commission, we were allowed to join. We petitioned the governor and we were allowed to join. So we have only been a member for a few years now with Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, but we chose them specifically because of their record of excellence. And from our perspective, we have continued to receive excellence from this community regional planning commission, even though almost all of the people are different from those that were on board when we joined. So our Francistown's opinion that how they function for their communities, it meets our needs excellently.
Thank you very much for that. Would anyone else like to comment?
Dick Snow from Candia. I've been in Candia for 60 years now, back to the days when they had the old town meetings. That kind of like Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission's role in this process, and I find it extremely effective, and that they are doing a marvelous job, and I wish we could get back to the old town meeting. So we appreciate the support of the federal government, and we hope that you continue under the new administration. And thank you very much for coming today.
Well, we kind of have to come. And thank you for having us, really. I mean, this is something that we have to do, but it's also something that adds value, we believe. And hearing what folks at the municipal level, at the MPO level, feel that the process is providing them is really important to us. So we're hoping to get a few more comments if anyone else is interested in jumping into the fray.
I'm Andrew Haddock with the town of Chester. I'm the planner for the town, and I've been involved in planning for Chester for 25 years. And I was with the commission back in the middle and late 90s, and then rejoined 5 years ago. The Planning Commission covers a region that is made up of a large city all the way down to very small towns, and they do an excellent job in supporting that broad range of that broad spectrum of municipalities. for small towns, funding to stay current in new planning concepts is much harder to get. But by our membership in Southern New Hampshire Planning, we are all exposed on the small town level to the latest, greatest comments, and we get fantastic support from the Planning Commission, even though they spend a lot of their effort in servicing Manchester, which is a large municipality. They much more in the last 20 years than in the preceding 20 years, they provide great support to all their municipalities.
Thanks, Andrew. Thank you for those comments. Does anybody else have anything to add?
Yep. Paul, George Suarez from the town of Derry. I'm the planning director. I've been here probably one of the longest in the community and working with the Planning Commission dating back to 1984, 85, and the town of Derry has been a member since that time. And we're a suburban growing community. As Andrew said, it's all over the place in terms of the types of the characters in the communities, but we've been very happy with the Planning Commission. Personally, I've seen them evolve from 1984 and 85 when we had them do some transportation regional studies for us, recommending an exit on the federal highway, exit 4A, which everybody has heard about for many, many years, right down to some regional road projects for us, bike trails. They've been extremely helpful in helping us with our master plan updates the last couple of 10 years ago and the most recent one this past year, and they provided a lot of staff and data input. They have a good reputation in the community, so we're very happy with them and the staff, and they've been very responsive to our needs. So I want to commend them for that.
This is Deb Levins from Londonderry. I've had associations with Southern New Hampshire Planning since the early 90s, came on as a member in the aughts, or commissioner. It's gotten nothing but better. We have had wonderful interactions with Southern New Hampshire Planning over the years, and it's easier, and we have questions we want asked. They straighten them out for us, and nothing but positive comments.
Thank you for those comments too. How do you all think that the planning process addresses low-income and minority communities, the populations in the area that fall into the minority and low-income populations? Can you comment on how you think that the planning process serves those populations?
I can speak to that. Over the last few years, Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission put a huge effort into promoting age-friendly zoning and age-friendly development for people of all income levels. And this was something new. They've also added in the concept of environmental justice to their planning advice. They're, as far as I understand, they're right there cutting edge with the concepts that they're promoting and pushing out to the towns to include in their zoning. So they're very much a supporter of promoting inclusionary zoning.
You're saying to zoning particularly?
Yes, yeah. Looking at development costs have gone up because of land costs, and they've pushed concepts that would help get around some of those. It's still tough because it's by town, and each town gets to vote on their zoning. But for example, Chester, we adopted a age-friendly zoning ordinance. We have open space zoning, but the age-friendly ordinance allows a greater density, and for smaller pocket open space subdivisions with hopefully lower prices.
And I guess a little bit more specifically on transportation projects and planning, I think the commission, obviously, when we as communities are developing projects or coming up with plans, I think that the commission is definitely highlights the issues of lower income and underserved populations, and making sure that we are identifying projects that help to expand transportation opportunities for those other communities or those segments of our community. So it's always something that in any project development where the Planning Commission is focused on making sure that we're highlighting and identifying and being aware of those populations. So not just when it comes to zoning and other things in the community, but when it comes to specific transportation project development and planning, it is an aspect that the commission seems to be strongly supporting and perhaps kind of reminding us communities to be aware of our need to serve those underprivileged populations.
Paul, so George again from Derry. I would echo what Colleen said. I think the transportation part is specific to our public transportation, our cart services, which members are involved with the Planning Commission and staff at the town level. And they do reach the minority, elderly, lower income demographics of our communities to provide public transportation. Even though it's open to everybody, Planning Commission has been a really important part of that process and working with that public agency, transit agency with the community. So I want to echo Colleen. They've done a great job on that too.
I agree with what George said, but also their initiatives to create, improve public access to the outdoors through their bike and their rail trail initiatives. And that affects the recreational access for all income levels and all age levels.
If I could chime in from Manchester, I'd like to echo some of what Andrew just said. We get a lot of good services out of Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission as it relates to our bike and pedestrian transportation corridors. They're always free to meet with us. We've developed a couple of projects together. We've been successful in a number of grant opportunities, and we continue to improve our bike and ped access throughout the city. And the city of Manchester has quite a few low-income individuals, elderly individuals, and as Andrew said, those types of projects and that type of support really hits that demographic pretty good. Also worth noting that we've been the beneficiary of some annual pedestrian counting throughout the city in a number of different locations, and that's always useful to let us know where our busy corridors are. So again, another nice feature that Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission has been able to offer to us. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any other comments addressing these populations and the effectiveness of the MPO, their efforts in the planning process?
Linda Kuhnhart from Francistown again. One of the things that I find that Francistown finds most valuable from the association with the Planning Commission is their ability to turn data into human speak. So they're really great at taking all the information that we would need to know to make our decisions for our town and provide it to us in a way that's actually usable. And like has been said before, we're only one town, but we're a member of this group, and we benefit from seeing what the other towns are doing through this Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, and it's like multiplied by a lot.
So it sounds like you're seeing the Planning Commission as an opportunity, or at least your involvement in the Planning Commission as an opportunity to collaborate, seeing what others are doing and getting some ideas and bringing them to your own communities. Is that what I'm hearing?
Exactly. So that's being part of this group, even though our town is so little, we hardly ever need some kind of big transportation thing. We're always apprised of the newest and latest thinking about how to think about our community, how to assure that we're reaching out to everybody that lives here, how to bring forward new thoughts of what's going on in the world. And that happens every month. Every meeting, we learn something new to use for our future thinking.
It's interesting. Thank you. Any other comments? I'll throw this out there. Does anybody see opportunities for improvement in the process? Sounds like there's a lot of folks that are happy with the process as it's currently being implemented, which is good to see, good to hear. Has anyone given any thought to something that might be able to be improved upon?
Well, I don't know if this is the forum for this, but all the communities would benefit if Southern New Hampshire planning had increased funding. You know, and you know, pushing these concepts out to towns and impact, you know, positively impacting a greater demographic requires funding. And if the federal, if at the federal level the MPO could get more funding, that would be absolutely fantastic.
That's a really good observation, and I think that would be a silver bullet for a lot of things. More funding. I think we would all like to see more funding coming into the state and into the MPOs. Thank you for that. Lee, did I see that you had something to say? I thought I saw you light up there.
Yeah, hi, Lee Levine, Federal Highway Administration, New Hampshire Division Office. You know, maybe one thing to highlight here is that the metropolitan planning process, as it's set up under the framework of our regulations, is really a partnership. And so New Hampshire DOT is involved in this process. The federal agencies are involved in this process, transit operators as well. So as another question, maybe sort of open-ended question to throw out there, you know, any comments about the participation of those agencies in the process, good or bad? Again, we're not going to attribute any comments to anybody in particular. So we're interested in hearing, you know, what's working well and where perhaps things might be improved, as Paul had mentioned. So just wanted to throw that out there as another discussion item, if anybody has any input on that.
Paul or Lee again, George from Derry. This would not be an improvement. I would say this is more of a something in a positive light. Again, long-term, having seen the changes when we apply for transportation monies on a project through the Planning Commission and up to DOT as well as the Federal Highway, I think the process and the application process has become much easier over the years. Many years ago, the application, it was cumbersome with paperwork and the data that was required. And I think it's gotten much easier that towns would not want to apply for funding many years ago because it was the cumbersome process. And I think it's gotten much better. And I think the Planning Commission has been a key player in making that process get better and improve and provide staff assistance. So it's more attractive to make an application to apply for something because you know, between the application, what you had to provide in the application and the deadlines to submit to go through the three agencies at the regional level, the DOT and the Federal Highway, it was cumbersome and it was a very quick process and you always couldn't turn things around quickly. So I want to compliment them again. I've seen that whole process improve. And I think it's easier for communities to apply for funding on projects.
Thank you for that comment. And Lee, I think that was a very good observation. And since the partnership is so important through all of the levels represented here today, is there anything else that you could maybe the MPO TAC members could talk about as far as that partnership, how effective the process is with that partnership in place? I recognize what we just heard, and that's good to know. The application process has gotten a lot easier through that collaboration, so that's nice. Is there anything else these partnerships have should be brought to light in this discussion relative to the planning process? Nothing?
Maybe I can just add a little bit of something here. The Federal Highway Administration is doing a marvelous job, but we're really talking about an evolutionary and a political process. And I'm reminded of an old saw that the grist mill moves at a very slow pace and does a very fine job.
Thank you for that. I'll throw it out to other members of the Federal Review Team. Do you have any questions along these lines?
Yeah, Paul, if I can ask a question here. This is Leah Sermon. I'm with the Federal Transit Administration. And I would be interested in hearing your perspective, as Mr. Snow just noted, the evolutionary process, changes that you've seen over the past decade or so in terms of how the planning process and ultimately decision-making is happening. As most of you are aware, MAP 21 was the first federal legislation back in 2012 that required performance measures and a performance-based planning process. And it's taken us several years to get the implementing regulations out over, 8 years now. But they're all pretty much out there. So you all have performance measures and targets, and those are being integrated into the process in various ways. But I'd be interested in hearing your sort of firsthand perspective on how that has worked, if that's changed the decisions for better or for worse, what the challenges have been, or where you think that's working really well for you.
Well, I'll speak up again. Linda Kuhnhart from Fraserstown. So I sat with a couple of other members recently when we had to re-look at adding some projects for the next year. I can't remember what the name of the thing was, but we had to look at some different projects, where they fit in the hierarchy of how to present to the full board for votes yay or nay. And while we were doing it, it seemed like you knew what the answers were going to be. But when we tallied all our answers to various questions, I was kind of surprised at how it fell out, how the order of the projects fell out. Because when you were going through the process of trying to determine how to rank a project, it didn't seem like it was going to come out the way it did. But every project was looked at equally, with a long list of criteria that the group, that Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission have helped the group devise. So I think that the changes they make they're always looking for ways to improve things, and when they find them, they implement it and see how it works. And if it works good, we keep it. And if it doesn't, they try again. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's helpful to hear, that experience. Do you think, what is your sense that the projects that did ultimately come out of that are going to be, better suited towards, meeting the region's goals? I know you mentioned it is evolutionary, and definitely there's a feedback loop that's necessary in making sure, we're getting the right projects.
I thought so.
Great. Thank you.
So you were asking specifically about transit. So my name's Mark Sunan. I had to step away briefly for a few minutes a moment ago. I'm with Town of New Boston, and MTA through SNHPC recently started some work with FTA to implement a service in our community, which we hadn't had before. I do appreciate that SNHPC handled the process, because certainly our very small, very rural community probably would not have ever gotten the kind of service that we got had it not been for SNHPC stepping in and working the process, the painful process that it is, to get through the process, to get the kind of funding to do to experiment with a service to our community, and then to refine that service once we realized that the one size fits all didn't fit us, and came up with a better model that we are now operating under.
Thank you.
And I get the opportunity of working with Mark and learning all the things he knows.
Have we heard from some of the MPO members? I'm not very familiar with, as Sylvia mentioned, some of the folks that wear two hats, TAC and MPO. But have we heard from some of the MPO members how they feel that the process is affecting or serving their communities?
So I would just note, Paul, that Dick Snow, Mark Sunan, as well as Andrew Haddock are all MPO policy board members.
Thank you.
The other MPO policy board members on the call today are Deb Levins, as well as David Pierce. So I don't think we've heard from Deb or David, and Tom Clow. But you have heard from a few policy board members so far.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want to put anybody on the spot. I just wanted to see if we had a nice cross section of input. And it sounds like we've heard from a number of different people who have a number of different views, so that's good. Does anyone else on the federal review team have any questions? Lee, you're coming on.
Just a point of information. You've got a number of past representatives at the state level that are participating in Southeast in the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. So there's a lot of experience here. I've been associated with the political process and local government since 1982. So you got a lot of people here with a lot of information, and they can pass it on to each other. And then we get from you guys what it should be in the future.
Thank you. Lee.
Yeah, there were a couple of comments I noticed about, we need more money, and we always get lots of comments about that, but I want to dig a little deeper there maybe and try to find out, if there were more resources available to the MPO, what are some unmet needs maybe that are out there related to the planning process, or the involvement of your communities in that process, or what your communities are getting out of the process. So just wondering if anybody has any thoughts about that.
I could speak to that. Couple of things. Chester's a rural community with 5,300 people, and it has no large source for drinking water, as there's no large water body. We don't have any high transmissivity aquifers. And first thing I can think of is the support that we got, fantastic support that we got from the Planning Commission, helping us apply for a grant from New Hampshire DES to update our groundwater protection ordinance and our source water protection plan. And sometimes getting that support, there's an issue with the funding, the staffing levels. Also, what's actually even more important is if the Planning Commission had greater funding, they could possibly add a planner to be sort of a circuit rider to go out to the various small planning boards for the smaller towns, and maybe once or twice a year, and inform them and educate them on the latest planning concepts, on grant opportunities. Some planning boards are less proactive than others as far as going out and seeking that information, and they're less aware of the newer planning thinking processes, and education is such a huge part of improving the conditions for people of all socioeconomic levels. And it's residents in towns, you know, they distrust change. They like things to stay the way they are, but it can't always be that way. And the MPO is very instrumental in updating towns' thinkings about how to look at their various problems, their affordable housing shortages, their outdated zoning models. It's absolutely critical. So improved funding for educational outreach by the MPO is very important.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Yeah, the RPCs, of course, in New Hampshire have a lot of responsibilities, including, you know, working with housing and land use, etc. If anybody else has any comments or any other thoughts on this related specifically to transportation planning and transportation unmet needs that are out there in terms of the planning process and how the MPO could help communities in the region, specifically in that transportation context, I'd be interested to hear.
So I'm going to cheat and I'm going to use the transportation part of the SEDS program. Not all of SNHPC is part of SEDS, but my community does share in the Central New Hampshire Regional Planning Commission SEDS program. And as I understand, the SEDS was developed, an action plan was put together, a list of projects was developed, and then there was no funding available. So I think certainly being able to fund, if we're focused on transportation, funding some of those transportation programs that are built into the SEDS, or providing a means to fund those transportation programs could be a benefit to my community as well as several others that are in Southern New Hampshire that are part of the SEDS program.
Thank you. And for those of us who might not be familiar, just to, you have a few, a little bit of information about what that SEDS program is?
The Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. It was basically using a variety of different categories of projects in the central region of New Hampshire, which included some of the communities in Southern New Hampshire Regional Planning Commission, to spur economic development, and including, there was a transportation component. Some transportation projects are included in the SEDS program to that funding those transportation projects would contribute to the economic development of central New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Did I say that right, Nate? Did I come close?
Yeah, yes. This is Dave Pierce. I'm a commissioner from Gulfstown, and we've used the SEDS process to our advantage. When I've applied for transportation alternative type grants, I always specify that the projects that I was interested in were endorsed through the SEDS plan. It shows that there's like a third party endorsement of the need for alternative transportation planning, and it helps out to have a third party endorse your grant application, and I found it's been successful. The same thing happens on several grants that my town has applied for, and the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission has endorsed them as having regional impact, and would be beneficial if the grant was approved. And so once again, it's like an outside third party giving an endorsement for a project, and the commission has been beneficial to our town in that aspect. My closing comment is I've been a commissioner now for 8 years, I believe, and the monthly meetings have always been faithfully attended. I think, Paul, that goes back to the whole process of the functioning of the commission. I can't think of ever that there was a lack of a quorum. There's always been faithful representation from the 14 communities now. And that shows that the communities are involved in the process of the regional planning, just by the fact that they don't have to struggle for finding representation. The people representing the communities are there, and they are participating, whether it's the TAC or the MPO or just the umbrella of the whole commission. Thank you.
That's good to hear, because that's not always the case. Sometimes I've been to MPO meetings different times where, and TAC meetings also, not in New Hampshire, and it's been difficult to get a quorum at times. And so that's good to hear. That's very good. Thank you.
Yes, New Hampshire is a state where we love volunteers.
Well, the volunteer state name is already taken, but so noted. We're coming up on 10:30, which is the end of this time period for our discussion. Does anyone else want to make any comments with regard to the process that is being implemented here and how it affects communities? Any of what we've asked already, minority, low income, focusing the process on those populations, or I'll throw it out again to the federal review team. Does anyone else have any other questions that might take us in a little bit of a different direction?
This is Tom Clough from Ware. And just to follow up a little bit on the SEDS process, because I served for 2 cycles of that program and the reports. And I just thought that was a very healthy process. It involved cooperation between Southern New Hampshire Planning and Central New Hampshire Planning. And it kind of reached into some outlying areas where we don't necessarily hear. We have a focus in Southern New Hampshire, I think, on the major transportation corridors, and don't necessarily hear about the smaller projects always in the outlying areas. And that combination and the very open discussion that took place in that SEDS process, I thought was very healthy for both planning commissions. And in our town, we even combined we haven't done anything with the project at this point, but we had our hazard mitigation report that was done with local people through Southern New Hampshire Planning, and some of the goals in that we tried to match up with goals in the SED as well, so that if we do go ahead with a project, we'll have that backing from both documents. So I thought that was a very healthy process and a very well organized and very open to discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It occurs to me also that during, it's going back now, a TAC meeting where we were all able to meet in person. I don't know if that was around February or January. I saw a presentation that was made by members of the Planning Commission on, let's see, it was, oh my goodness, what was the topic? Nate, maybe you can help me on this. It was transportation vulnerability, I believe.
Yeah, are you thinking of the vulnerability assessment?
Yes, exactly.
Vulnerability assessment, yeah.
I wonder if any of the MPO or TAC members have any comments on the process and resulting in such studies. I was particularly impressed with that study as it was presented. And although I had initially hoped that we might have some time in our agenda today to talk about that, to listen to some of what the MPO members have to say about that. Does anybody want to comment on that? I felt like it was a very impressive study, a lot of work, and certainly very thoughtful planning. does anyone want to take that up and kind of talk about how that shows effectiveness of the process? And I'm not trying to plant anything, but that came to mind.
I think you're kind of asking a question like, did the development of the automobile ever change anything in the United States? Yeah, I used that presentation on vulnerability, and I'm just saying, geez, there's all kinds of things that we can do with that. Takes time though.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking for Chester, our planning board was very impressed with the vulnerability assessment, and it was very useful in bolstering the position of improvements that we have listed in the capital improvements plan, which, you know, is a 53-page document for Chester, and it helps justify the amounts that we had budgeted for upgrading certain stream crossings, which are prone to flooding in large storm events.
And Francistown is small, but we have a lot of roads. A lot of them are still dirt. We have a lot of culverts. And that vulnerability assessment, while our road agent knew most of the culverts he wanted to upgrade, it gave him greater power to speak before the selectmen, who would then speak to the public about why we had to put higher funding in those line items. So yes, you know, but that's why Francistown chose Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. Is again, it reverts to their excellent ability in figuring out how to do what we could not do individually, to give us the information that we need that then furthers our transportation system.
Thank you. Thank you.
One thought on that was the vulnerability assessment thing there introduces the members of the TAC and the MPO to the tools that are available. But then the question becomes, how do I get those tools into the use of the individual communities, particularly small communities like ours? How do I get GIS in here? That people in town of Candia is a bedroom community. They come, they sleep, they leave. How do we find some way to introduce those tools into the local communities when we don't have the funds to do it?
And is that something that the MPO is able to help you out with?
I think some point in time in the past, there was ERSI put out some copies that were, must have been the conservation, the State Conservation Association got copies of GIS out into the communities, and people came down, learned how to use it a little bit, and then they just it wasn't a continuing process. So it's in there, but it isn't available to the public, and the public doesn't understand it.
GIS, I know we have several people, probably a couple people right here on the call today who are very good at that. I've got some experience myself with GIS, but I also know that you really need to stay up with it to use it effectively. Tools are evolving all the time, and it really does make a difference staying active in its use. And so, you know, having some exposure to it, some training, and then not having the ability to use it on anything, that's not a great situation. And so I can understand why that might not have stuck, so to speak. Well, thank you very much for all of these comments. These have been great comments. We appreciate your input. We'll certainly be bringing this into our report when it's written. And we're just about at 10:30. We have a 10:30 to 10:45 break scheduled. So I'm going to suggest that we break and come back at 10:45. Those of us who are going to be staying with the review, and anyone is welcome to do that. The next subject that we'll be talking about will be project selection and programming process, the process of project selection and programming. So thank you again for everyone who participated and others who listened in. It's been a good session, and we'll see you back here 10:45.
So I would just note for the TAC members' sake, this would be the opportunity to raise any other business or otherwise the TAC could go ahead and make a motion to adjourn if you are so inclined.
I just have a quick
Thank you.
comment for the TAC.
So other business, or Sylvia, you have a comment?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I really appreciated the comments from everyone. We certainly heard you loud and clear. One of the things I heard was from Andrew Haddock, it'd be great if we could come and visit planning boards to discuss latest issues and tools, and to combine Dick Snow's request about the tools that are out there. For example, we have some wonderful tools we've developed over the last couple years with our GIS guru, Zach Swick, and many members of our team. And one of the things we might be able to do is, especially with these Zoom interfaces, get out a message to all of you and say, if your planning boards have a slot for us to come and chat, we can come and talk about the vulnerability assessment tools, the volunteer driver program map, the statewide map that we developed, the traffic information, the traffic counting program, the bike ped program. So if any of you want to go back to your planning boards and see if you have a half an hour or so on your agenda that you would like to fill up a slot, please let us know. We would be more than happy to come and share some of the work we're doing, because it's really great work, and we'd love to spread the word.
Great. Thanks, Sylvia. If anyone else has any other old business or any other comments or announcements, otherwise I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, man. Colleague George, motion to adjourn.
Thanks, George.
Dick Snow from Candy is second.
All right. We usually do a thumbs up, everybody, for that. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your comments.
So Paul, we'll just take a 10-minute break. Is that what you wanted?
Yeah, come back around 10:45. That sound good?
10:45 it is. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Stay safe.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks, Dick.
All right, I'm gonna pause.
It only became a lot more mainstream after adoption of that MTP. So I guess one of the questions that comes to my mind is, in the process that the MPO used in developing this new MTP, the update, encapsulating, I guess, the performance views and techniques and strategies that needed to be considered as moving forward, and how projects were looked at, the types of projects, and what priority they played a role, what role they played in terms of priorities in the region. And also thinking about environmental mitigation. Have you found yourselves working with new partners, and who might they be if you have, or have you pretty much stayed with the traditional partners that you've always worked with?
Do you want me to start with the performance-based planning?
Oh, you know what?
What would
right.
you like?
I'm sorry.
To,
Thank you for reminding me. Well, it's kind of all together, so I don't think it would be inappropriate at all for you to jump right into that presentation. Thanks for reminding me that.
Okay.
I was kind of looking at the order, so that's fine if you want to do that.
All right, I'll just walk through that. That might kind of be a good segue into this discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see if, can you guys see full screen?
Yes.
This is working.
You
Okay.
can't still, right?
I can't, but I know how to orient it so that you can, and that's what matters, I think, here. So,
Yeah.
so you guys can see full screen.
Thank you.
Just in talking with Paul the other day, this was one of the areas where we thought maybe a brief intro presentation might be helpful to kind of set the stage for the discussion. So I just want to walk through briefly the performance-based planning and programming that has happened since the last review. So this is all sort of stuff that as Paul was saying in his intro that has really happened since the last time that we had an MPO review, which was back in December of 2016, I think. So I'm just going to walk through the measures that we have adopted as a region and how we ended up there. So I'm not going to go number by number through the safety performance measures, but we have continued to adopt safety performance measures on an annual basis. Our most recent safety performance targets were adopted on January 28th of this year. We will be adopting new safety performance targets at the beginning of 2021. Every year that we've adopted targets at the MPO level, we have supported the state's safety targets. We have never deviated from supporting the state safety targets. So we once again in 2020 supported the state safety targets, and barring any eye-popping data trends in that we're just now getting the data. It's been a little bit of a not to get too inside baseball, but some of the safety data has been sometimes a bit of a challenge to get access to. We have had some state level legislative kind of legal prohibitions that prevented the state from sharing certain aspects of the safety data that we need for target setting. That has been remedied legislatively at this point. So we now have state law that says that New Hampshire DOT can share this data to meet federal requirements with the MPOs as necessary. So that's been remedied. The FARS data comes from Department of Safety. And again, I don't know how inside baseball we want to get here, but we have a state safety department that maintains and reports the FARS data. They continue to require kind of special requests to get FARS data as necessary to help quantify our performance targets. So our colleagues at Stratford MPO, as recently as this week, have sent that formal request to the Department of Safety to get us the data we need to move forward in target setting at the beginning of next year. So hopefully that data comes soon. It's just been, Lee, I think, is aware of some of the challenges that we've faced in terms of the state sharing that safety data. Again, I think it's going to get smoother each year, but it still is a bit of a work in progress with the Department of Safety. In any case, barring any significant, changes in what we've seen at the regional level versus statewide trends, I would expect that our MPO will likely continue to endorse support the state targets next year. On the PM2 measures, we coordinate with New Hampshire DOT's AMPS office, which is the Asset Management Performance Strategies office of New Hampshire DOT. They have been really the key partners in terms of they develop the TAMP and they engage the MPOs for input in that process. And then we use that resource and that data to help quantify regional targets for the PM2 measures. Once again, with the PM2 measures, we have supported the state's targets. We have not deviated from the state level targets. We adopted our 4-year PM2 targets in October of 2018. So the state right now is going through their midpoint kind of 2-year process that they have at the state level on those targets. Our 4-year targets were set back in October of 2018. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of the 2-year review that the state is going through the PM2 measures and whether or not that will change what we do with PM2 in the future. But at this point, our 4-year targets are all strongly in support of the state's targets. On PM3 measures, the system performance measures, we adopted these as well for your targets on October 23rd. We did deviate on one of these, as I think Lee mentioned earlier in our session this morning, that being interstate truck travel time reliability. And the reason for that is that Interstate 93 in our region, with the CAT lab data and the NPM RDS analytics that help us to crunch the numbers for truck travel time reliability, Interstate 93 in our region is not congruent basically with the rest of the state. Our truck travel time reliability is much different, and we think the reason for that, we suspect the reason for that is not only that we have more congestion in general in this part of the state than the northern part of the state does and the western part of the state, but we have this region. Interstate 93 has been the focus of a long-standing multi-year construction project. As I don't know how many folks on the review team are aware, but there's been a $795 million expansion project of Interstate 93 from Salem to Manchester that has been under construction for a number of years now. And the construction of that project predated the availability of the NPM RDS data that we use to quantify truck travel time reliability. That project is coming to an end in fiscal year 2021. The state is currently kind of overseeing the final portions of that project. So when that project, for that reason, we deviated from the state's truck travel time reliability target because we didn't see a catalyst for improvement in our region until that construction ended and the full capacity of the improved roadway came online. So I think we will revisit our truck travel time reliability after, and likely after that construction project is over. I suspect we will be more in line with the state target and may ultimately endorse or support the state truck travel time reliability target. But we had a unique condition in this region related to Interstate 93 in this region that was just different than the state as a whole, and our target reflects that. One of I know this particular next target is also something that applies to our colleagues in the Nashua region. So it's both something that the Nashua MPO and the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission both set CMAQ carbon monoxide emission reduction targets. Our methodology for doing this is exactly the same as the state's methodology. And that is basically to look at the active CMAQ projects, what their carbon monoxide reductions are, and from the air quality analyses for those individual projects, sum those up, and that's our target. That's what the state does. The only difference between the state and us is that the state's also includes not only the Manchester projects, but the Nashua projects. The Nashua projects are, it's not only Manchester that's a limited maintenance plan area for CO, it's also the city of Nashua is a limited maintenance plan. The state target includes all of the Manchester projects plus all of the Nashua projects. Our regional target, because we don't have any authority or jurisdiction over the planning of programming of projects in the city of Nashua, our target just considers the Manchester projects because that's what's within our purview. So our Manchester projects, you can see them on this slide. Our CO emissions reduction target is 69.233 kilograms per day for the region. So that's what we adopted back on July 28th. Again, it's the same exact methodology as the state. It just we consider only the Manchester projects, not the Nashua projects. We do understand, or I think expect, unless anybody on the federal review team knows otherwise, we do, I think, continue to expect that the limited maintenance plan designation for both Manchester and Nashua will likely end on January 29th, 2021. So, we're talking 2 months from now, and that this performance measure may no longer have applicability to our region after that, assuming that change happens as it is expected to in January. TAM targets, there are a series of tables, as I'm sure you may have seen in the materials that you probably did a desk review of prior to this, but we adopted our TAM targets back on June 27th, 2017. Only 3 of the 4 TAM measures actually apply to our region. There's an infrastructure TAM measure that does not apply to us. We don't have any fixed guideway or passenger rail service in our region. So the infrastructure TAM measure doesn't apply here, but the equipment, rolling stock, and facilities TAM measures all do apply. We did set regional targets for each of those TAM measures. A couple of notable things have happened recently. First, our TAM measures that we adopted were separated. The MTA, Manchester Transit Authority, and CART rolling stock. MTA and CART have now merged. And we were supportive of and assisted with that merger process. They have now merged. So we used to have 2 separate 5307 transit agencies in the region, Manchester Transit Authority serving kind of the greater Manchester area, and then CART serving the Derry-Salem area. Those have now merged. So CART is now a separate branded program of the MTA, but is administered and included under the overall umbrella of the MTA. So they have merged. The MTA, which is now inclusive of CART, just adopted a new TAM plan and TAM targets, I believe, about 3 weeks ago. And so our MPO is going to be updating our TAM targets accordingly with our pending MTP update. That's our intent, is to incorporate those. But that's kind of hot off the presses. MTA literally just adopted those targets very recently. So stay tuned on new TAM targets, but they're coming. Public transit safety targets. We know of this requirement. We know it's coming. We also know that the deadlines have been delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We expect MTA to adopt its agency safety plan and its targets before the end of this calendar year. We think it may actually happen at their commission meeting at the end of this month here in November, at which point they will provide us with those targets. And I believe we have 180 days after that to set our MPO region targets. So we're looking at adopting our public transit safety targets in the first half of fiscal 21. So probably in the first couple of months of calendar year 2021. So pretty soon that is coming. I want to note also that we do extensive coordination on performance-based planning and programming. We have a work group called Partnering for Performance New Hampshire. It meets regularly, generally on a monthly basis, although the pandemic has kind of also thrown a wrench into that schedule. But that group, Partnering for Performance, we call it PFPNH. This grew out of a SHARP 2 funded project that helped the MPOs work with our state and federal partners to coordinate on the initial performance target setting. After the end of the SHARP 2 project, that group has continued on. We have our own charter. It's called Partnering for Performance New Hampshire. So that what that group is really focused on meeting our performance-based planning requirements. So we meet with our colleagues at New Hampshire DOT's Highway Design Bureau to coordinate on safety-related data and safety targets. We meet with the DOT's AMPS office to coordinate on PM2 targets. We coordinate with each other. We coordinate with our transit agencies on TAM targets. So that's really been helpful for that work group, for us to continue to integrate our performance targets within our MPO documents and processes, reporting to you as our state and federal regulatory agencies, helping to make sure we're all using the same methodologies and same data sets, and that the data that we're using is the most current available and data. So the coordination level between the MPOs and not only between the MPOs together, but also with our state and federal partner agencies on performance-based planning, I think would be a pretty notable practice. I think hopefully the level of coordination that's happened here historically in New Hampshire, I think is noteworthy. How does performance-based planning inform our project selection? So I want to note that New Hampshire, that the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, in partnership with New Hampshire DOT and all of the MPOs and regional planning commissions. So the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission is one of 9 regional planning commissions in New Hampshire. 4 of those 9 regional planning commissions also serve the role of MPO. So there are 9 regional planning commissions in New Hampshire. All 9 worked together with DOT on a holistic update of the project prioritization criteria that we use in our planning processes. All 9 of us use the same set of project prioritization criteria, but each MPO and RPC weights those criteria differently according to their region's unique needs. So congestion reduction considerations are weighted much more substantially in the Southern New Hampshire region than they are in the North Country region of the state. But we all use this common framework. We just adapt that framework and weight it differently based on our region's needs. When we were updating the criteria, we made sure to make explicit connections to all of the federally required performance measures. And there's an extensive document that goes into detail about all of the different criteria and how they tie to the federally mandated performance measures. I don't know that we shared that with you as part of this, but if that's of interest, we can share that as well. I would also note that section 2 of our TIP, our Transportation Improvement Program, does go into detail about how our performance measures and performance targets inform the selection of specific projects. So if you're interested in that kind of specific project discussion, why did you fund intersection X or intersection Y in your TIP? And what's that going to do for safety, or what's that going to do for PM2 measures? That's all in section 2 of our TIP. These are the criteria that I was talking about. And I won't go through these line by line, but freight movement is a specific criterion, directly ties to our federal required performance measures. We also have equity and environmental justice and accessibility. That kind of came up. That was one of Paul's questions in the TAC meeting, was about how that gets explicit consideration. So you see that's in our criteria as well. Mobility need and performance, that's kind of the system performance side of the performance measures. Safety is very highly weighted, continues to be in our region. We have a backward-looking safety performance and a forward-looking safety measures criterion. So safety performance is looking at crash history, crash rates in a project area. Safety measures is looking at what countermeasure is being proposed as part of a project, and how effective is that countermeasure in accordance with our guidance through the highway safety manual, through crash modification factors, et cetera. So that's just kind of a brief primer about our performance targets, where we're at right now, where we're headed with transit safety and TAM updates in the immediate future, as well as how we've incorporated this into our project prioritization criteria. So hopefully that kind of helps to fill in some gaps in terms of how a lot of these performance targets and performance measures inform our project selection.
Thank you. That was really informative. I almost want to call you a killjoy and say you answered some of our questions for us, but that's a good thing. So there were several people who initially we thought of to have participated in on this discussion, although any one of us can certainly feel free to jump in. Corbin Davis was going to focus on performance-based planning and programming. And since you just made that presentation, particularly on performance-based planning and programming, I'd just ask Corbin, do you want to kick things off and begin this discussion?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. And good to see everybody again. I think there might be a few folks on the call I don't know. So again, Corbin Davis from Federal Highways Office of Planning in Washington, D.C. I work in our headquarters office on our planning oversight and stewardship team. Typically when our divisions ask me to come in and look at performance-based planning and programming for states and MPOs, there's 5 aspects I like to focus on. First are those specific written provisions or those formal agreements that states and MPOs and transit providers have for their roles and responsibilities for performance. So talking about how they're sharing data, selecting and reporting targets and reporting those outcomes. Second is how they're coordinating and establishing performance targets. So this is both MPOs get involved in their state DOT target setting process, but also MPOs bringing states into their own MPO target setting process. Third, the Metropolitan Transportation Plan and the System Performance Report, and how agencies are evaluating past condition and performance, documenting their measures and targets, and reporting progress towards target achievement. Fourth, the Transportation Improvement Program and how agencies are linking investment priorities to targets and describing anticipated future target achievement and the impact of the TIP on their performance. And then the fifth is the integration of other performance-based plans and processes into the planning process. So these are things like the Strategic Highway Safety Plan, the State Asset Management Plan for the National Highway System, and the State Freight Plan. And so typically this integration is about the goals and objectives and measures and targets and bringing that into the plan, into the STIP and the TIP. But we're also encouraging folks to think above and beyond that and bringing in other investment priorities and strategies and data and insights from these other plans into your own planning process. So thanks, Nate. Your presentation was great. You've answered a lot of these questions and highlighted a lot of the things that we looked at. We looked at your website and your target documentation. We've looked at your agreements. You have the statewide agreement with the sub-agreements per performance area. And we understand that there's one still to be signed off on the CMAQ emissions reduction measure. We looked at your draft system performance report and your TIP. And also look through your UPWP on your activities. So I think we've talked a lot about the agreements already. You mentioned that the safety data was kind of a challenge, but it sounds like you're working through that. Are there any other aspects of that agreement that are challenges or things that you might revise moving forward?
No, I think the safety data has been I think the biggest wrinkle. There's excellent coordination with our transit providers. We have no concerns there. The PM2 and PM3 information that we coordinate with New Hampshire DOT's AMPS staff on, that's been excellent. It's just been the safety data and frankly some state laws that were in place that sort of, treat safety data and crash records with a privacy kind of an extensive privacy considerations and really restricted the sharing of that data for a lot of privacy type reasons. I think we've overcome that with legislation now. So I think each year it's going to get a little bit easier and a little bit better for that data sharing to happen. But that's been a wrinkle, I would say. And it just requires us spending more time and more effort to write letters to the Attorney General explaining what our federal requirements are and that we need this data to meet our federal requirements. And eventually they give it to us. It's just we lose time and we lose a lot of effort in kind of jumping through those hoops to make it happen. But we're hoping that it gets more streamlined each year.
Yeah, and we're just to chime in a little bit. The division office here is trying to support that effort and trying to make this information flow a little more smoothly to the MPOs for their target setting purposes. Because we know that it would have been helpful, I think, more helpful if you had received this information maybe around a September timeframe, because you're due to set those targets in February, I believe. So we've had discussions here at the leadership level within the division, and those discussions are going to continue on at the leadership level with the New Hampshire DOT as well, to see if we can make that process happen a little more smoothly and more timely. in consideration of what the MPO's needs are for their target setting and trying to receive that information to allow them more time to develop their regional targets should they choose to move in that direction. So we're working on it.
Okay. Good to know. So thinking about the coordination on the targets themselves, I've heard a lot of good things about the partnership for performance group in New Hampshire from other channels, and looking at this review, it seems like a good group to have, and I definitely think it's a national best practice. So keep up the good work. People are always asking us for examples on all aspects of performance-based planning and programming, and so this is one that we like to highlight to others. So we'll keep you in mind as people continue to reach out to us, particularly for smaller MPOs. People always want to know, what can we do as a smaller MPO with limited resources and limited funding and staff capabilities, in some circumstances to advance performance-based planning. And so this type of partnership group is a great example of things you can do. Thinking a moment back on the highway safety targets, hopefully you're aware that Federal Highway conducted a significant progress evaluation for the New Hampshire DOT for the 2018 highway safety performance targets. You've talked at every round, you've supported the state safety targets. We've gone through and done that first significant progress evaluation, and Federal Highway determined that New Hampshire DOT had either met or made significant progress for the highway safety measures. So the state had met its targets for the number of serious injuries and the rate of serious injuries, and it performed better than the baseline for both the rate of fatalities and the number of non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries. There was one area where the state did not meet its target or perform better than baseline, and that was the total number of fatalities. But since it was good in 4 of those 5 measure areas, you had an overall positive rating. And so that information is available on our website. And now, since your MPO agreed to support the state with those, it's time to kind of bring that information back into the planning process and help tell that story to your MPO and your stakeholders. And I really think your system performance report is a good opportunity to start with that. If you look on our website, I'll post a link here in the chat pod in a moment, but we lay out a pretty simple table for how we come to that conclusion. And so I think that's, we see the system performance report, one of the functions of it is to report progress over time and to track progress. And so this is where you start to kind of look back and for safety, we'll have these evaluations now every year. The other performance periods are a little bit different, being a little bit longer, but that's the place to tell that story about progress. So thinking about the system performance report, I think it's looking pretty good. The layout and the format, it's very similar to what you have in your TIP and your target documentation. So I like the consistency there. Again, I was looking for kind of, all the targets you've set for safety. So I think you had the 2020 targets, but I think it'd be good to put both the 2018 and 2019 in there, and then again talk about that progress determination, just to kind of give that full picture. And then every time you do your update, you would just kind of look back between the time period between your future system performance report and your previous one. So you just want to have a cycle where you kind of keep these things on top of mind. But like the layout and the format, the consistency across the documentation, a few areas I think you could, I would encourage you to focus on. Just, when we talk about the performance periods, we're all kind of building this language and this new way of talking about performance. And I think when we talk about these measures and targets specifically, we need to start, as an industry, do a better job talking about the performance periods, because safety, you're doing I think you did that for safety, but for the other ones, PM2 and 3, there'll be future targets down the road. And so it's always keep in mind that these are for certain time periods on the highway side. So just, when we communicate these performance targets and measures, just keep that performance period in mind. I like that you have for the highway safety, you have the regional baseline data. Since you're supporting the state targets, I think it's also important to kind of the state baseline data too, just to kind of help set the context. And when you see our federal highway dashboards, all that information's on there if you don't already have it. So it just helps to set the context. You have the state target, so here's the state baseline. But I like how you go the extra step and having the regional baseline. That being said, also make sure you have the baseline for all the measures, and I think you're doing that already. I like how you are using graphs to help communicate this information. Again, I'll point you to our website. We have, part of what we did, we took all the state biennial performance reports and generated a lot of graphs and charts and tables for that, for all 50 states and DC and Puerto Rico. And so we've kind of had this uniform format of communicating all that. And so I think that there's some, maybe some things you can learn from just kind of how to present the full picture with the baseline data, the targets and the trends, and then supporting information. I know for the highway safety, Federal Highway likes to publish a chart, but also a supporting table. They're kind of 5-year moving averages, but you have individual years that are in that too. So I would just encourage you to take a look at how we do that. But overall, I think it's looking good, a good foundation to keep updating over time. Again, one of the aspects I look for in performance-based planning and programming is the integration of other plans into the planning process. So I think your next MTP update and the system performance report is a chance to talk about that, how you're bringing in your state's asset management plan into the fold, the freight plan, the strategic highway safety plan. It's probably talked about other aspects of the planning document, but just making sure that that's there. And again, what are some of those insights that you're bringing into your planning process to help activate those other plans in your MPO region? I'll pause there. I want to talk about the tip next, but I'll pause there because that was a lot. Any feedback or questions, or I don't know if any other folks from the team want to chime in as well.
I just wanted to bring something up that you just touched on. We really haven't seen the draft MTP yet. And as you mentioned, I mean, performance-based planning and programming really touches a lot of different documents, a lot of different parts of the planning process. And I was wondering if Nate could spend a few minutes telling us what we can expect to see in the MTP as far as performance-based planning. I mean, it's newer than our current MTP that we've been able to look at. System performance, we've seen that document, but are there other areas within the MTP that you want to touch on that have been influenced by target setting and monitoring activities?
Yes, there are, and I'm actually going to yield to my colleague Carl to talk a little bit about this. But I would just note, I'd also just like to note that I see that we have Greg Lantos on the call here, and I wanted to recognize that Greg is on the call. Greg is our colleague, my counterpart in the Nashua region. So we work closely with our colleagues at the Nashua MPO on performance-based planning and all sorts of different efforts. And I just wanted to acknowledge that Greg is here, and we appreciate him being here. Yes, the timing of this review is a bit awkward in terms of our MTP update process, because we're kind of in the midst of putting together our draft MTP and our 4-year update process. We're a few weeks away from having a complete draft put together. But Carl has been working on a few different items related to the MTP update that he might want to update you on. I know that he and James Veo in our office have been working diligently on kind of overhauling the way that our goals and objectives are presented and tying them to our performance targets and our performance measures. So Carl, maybe you could share with the group a few updates about what you've been working on with the MTP update and how the performance-based planning has made its way into other elements of the MTP.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I was toggling between mute and unmuted. You can hear me now, right? Anybody nod? Okay, great. Yeah, you know, and I mentioned this yesterday, and I don't have it right in front of me right now, but what we've spent, sorry, I'm still trying to, there we go. What we've spent some time doing is looking at the goals and objectives from last time. And those of you who were on the call yesterday will recall that when James and I looked at it, and he's really done the heavy lift with doing this task of looking at the different modes, you know, highway, transit, bike, ped, we mentioned land use, and safety, so on and so forth. All of those that are listed in our current MTP, and really kind of boiling them down to more accurate goal statements and corresponding objectives, and then really lining it up based on the systems report of kind of doing exactly what we've just been talking about, tying it all together, making sure everything speaks and is relatable back and forth. So as far as what you can expect will be really in that nature, the consistency of language, where there's a goal called out, you know, there's some kind of corresponding target, taking exactly what we've done with our targets, again, mostly adopted from the state, and bringing them down to regional, reflecting those regional targets, and ultimately trying to get that to infiltrate, for lack of a better word, into our scoring for our 10-year plan and our TIP projects. And so it's a little bit of a tail wagging the dog. And I think I mentioned this yesterday, where some of our documents are up to speed, but the MTP isn't exactly. When they were working on that, I assume in whatever, 14, 15, 16, and then ultimately adopted it in January of 17. As we all discussed, where the feds were as far as having the guidance. I assume they weren't there. I mean, neither Nate nor I were here back then. So in the meantime, since then, a lot of the other documents have been brought up to speed, and the state has adopted, all the adoptions of the PMs have happened. So that's what you basically can expect in broad terms. We haven't yet dove to be specific about transit, and I think we touched on this yesterday, transit performance measures. We're getting there, you know, on-time performance and things like that. But that's, again, a matter of having that data available from our transit partners. But any place where we have a hole in actually the actual data, we're still we'll be making mention of what we intend to do, the different types of performance measures, and that we want to use or intend to use, or we think the data will be available. And I've done this before in working at the MPO in Portland, where the data wasn't available, but we identified the potential sources, the type of data, how we would get it, and maybe where the needs are that would reflect in the transportation plan, metropolitan transportation plan, of a future investment. So that's really, I would say, the high level of what we're doing.
And just to piggyback on that, obviously we're talking about we've been kind of focused this discussion on the federally mandated measures. There are, I think, some gaps in the federally mandated measures. One of those being related to bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, mobility, for bicycles and pedestrians. We've been looking at some supplemental performance measures. I guess you could say transit on time performance is one that we mentioned the other day, specific to transit. I mean, that's not a federally required one, but it's one that we're looking at in the context of our CMP as we discussed, and adding that to be one of our multimodal measures in our CMP update. But we've also been partnering with the other MPOs and have just finished a process to quantify bike level of traffic stress. That was a Federal Highway Administration pilot project that was led by the Rockingham Planning Commission, our partner agency on the Seacoast, but we were one of the partner agencies. All of the MPOs were in developing that bicycle level of traffic stress, and we're looking at that as a potential supplemental indicator or measure of specific to bicycle infrastructure, because that is one of the things that our Partnering for Performance group has identified is we'd like to have something meaningful for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. And really the only thing that we have is non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries. But what can we be looking at as a performance measure, or at least an indicator of success on the bicycle network for our respective regions, or the pedestrian infrastructure network? And that's one thing that we've been honing in on, is bicycle level of traffic stress, at least for the bicycle infrastructure. I know that's a little aside from the federally mandated measures, but I think it's good context for some of the discussions we've had about how to fill some gaps in that the federally mandated measures don't explicitly cover.
Well, I think one thing it also does is it takes the framework that is the federal performance measures, and what it does when you're applying that at the MPO level, at the state level, when you come up with your own performance measures, that's really where these are going. These are prompting us to look at our various assets, whether that's infrastructure, whether we're talking performance on the highway as far as reliability is concerned, and it's kind of taking the next step. It's kind of asking, without being explicit about it, what else can we be looking at? What else can we be measuring that makes sense for us and that prompts us to make changes? So I think that the federal government took a step in when they put together these performance measures, and in a meaningful way, they were hoping that the next step would be taken at the local level and at the state level too. And I think we're seeing that happen around the country. And I think that's just responsible planning. I think you're taking the next step because you're finding value in setting goals, setting targets, and then measuring how are we getting there, and what else is important to us. So I think that shows also that you're listening to the municipalities, what are the municipalities bringing to the table at the MPO meetings and at the TAC meetings? So I think this is all rolling together nicely. I think that's one thing that I'm getting out of this. And so the performance space, it really touches so many aspects of the planning process. And you've touched on so many things here today, some of which we covered on Tuesday. And thanks for kind of bringing us a little bit more up to speed on what we can expect in the new MTP.
Well, I don't want to break your thought too much, but there's one other thing I wanted to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's okay. And actually, it's a question that I had. James and I really want to, not really, but it's important to, of course, mention the TDM, Transportation Demand Management, and TSM. It's yin and yang, and also technology. So ITS, which are all things that you guys require. The one that we've been tracking and we're going to make mention of trends that we need that this plan pays attention to, and that trends looking forward will need to pay attention to, as it is a 25-year looking forward. And the big one, of course, right now is remote work, the importance of remote work, flex time. And I don't know if you guys or in your world if there's been talk about that, because it is such a potential. I mean, look at us. None of us have driven to this meeting except for a handful of people at the office. Nate skews everything on this one. But the point is that we all now know the real potential for congestion relief. We're wrapping up the CMP as this hit, but we now know you want to make a significant impact on congestion. Just get people to work at home, those who can, as much as possible. And so that's obviously a big front and center trend from this year, and we now have metrics on its impact, and we will certainly, as time goes forward, know exactly how much it impacted this year, and then how much it's adopted more broadly. And Sylvia and I have talked about this quite a bit as well. So that is something, and there's no performance measures or specific to that, but certainly with TDM and its potential fairly low cost impacts. James also, before we started this MTP update, was working on developing transportation management association. And I can't remember if it was Corbin or who yesterday came up, talked about, oh, we're working with our TMAs. I'm going to go out there, but I don't think there are any TMAs in the Manchester area, right, Sylvia? And that's just, and it was the same as in Portland, Maine, when I was working, there. It's something that these cities, these metro areas, are just starting to get to the point where they, see that a little bit of investment and it would be a big payoff. So I would like, this plan is going to make mention of that, maybe just on a page or two, and some of the initial impacts if there is data. But that's just something I really wanted to make mention of in the context of something we'd want to measure going forward.
Yeah, and I guess I would just note, we're talking about TMA in the context of an association of businesses working together on not a TMA being, an over 200,000 area. I just also would like to just note for the record that we've received a few different items in the chat, and I want to make sure that everybody is aware of what's in the chat box. Corbin sent a link to the Federal Highway Administration's state performance dashboard, as well as a link to the Federal Highway Administration's assessment on the 2018 highway safety targets for New Hampshire. And Greg Lantos, our colleague from Nashua Regional Planning Commission, said that his agency, NRPC, is also incorporating transit on-time performance into their CMP update, which could be used as the basis for a supplemental performance measure more generally. So I just wanted to make sure that people were aware of what was in the chat box, just for the record.
Thanks for doing that. And I'll say this, I should have said this earlier. For the benefit of those of us who might want to receive this recording, I understand that the chat pod generally does not translate when someone goes back and looks at this recording again. So I'm going to take some of those comments from the chat pod, and I'm going to just get them into a Word document, and I'll send them out to our federal review team at least. And if others want it, they can have it as well. Just to make it easier on anyone who may want to look back on some of the resources that have been shared. So I've got those in a Word document now, and I will save those. And if anything else through the day is shared, I'll try and capture those as well. So thanks for leaving those comments, Corbin and Greg. Thank you.
I wonder if I might expand this conversation a little bit and just sort of, this might be out of the box or not even, I'm going to make it relevant to performance measures, although maybe it has not been thought about under this element before, but our age-friendly communities and program certainly has brought to light several items that I think could be reflected in performance measures, especially since we have two communities, Londonderry and Goffstown, that have made the declaration and commitment to be age-friendly communities. And what I'm talking about in sort of an intersection of age-friendly communities, performance measures and transportation, and just general community planning, is ensuring that these systems, whether that's a sidewalk, a trail, a roadway, that they are for all people of all ages and abilities. And here's a couple things I'm talking about specifically. For example, we know from the pandemic that people really wanted to get out and walk, and that made sidewalks suddenly available space for restaurants and cafes. So what happened to people who are in wheelchairs or are blind or have dementia or on crutches, whatever mobility challenge they may have? How are those systems suddenly changing? And I think, how do we measure, the flexibility of a system? How do we measure the safety of a system when it can change midstream? Also, just accessibility in general. don't even throw any of that into the mix, just accessibility in general, maybe just throw seasonal issues in. I've seen so many wheelchairs, motorized wheelchairs cross the bridge over here from the west to east side of Manchester on the road because the sidewalk is filled with snow. So how are we measuring the safety then of our systems depending on the season? So I know these are not typical type of safety measures that maybe we're thinking of here, but I think it's something we want to talk about. I had more on my, more going through the pea brain here, but those were just some of the things that I've been thinking about, especially with our age-friendly communities, and how can we encourage those like Goffstown and Londonderry who have made commitments to being age-friendly. How can we help them ensure that, okay, how do we measure your downtown area? Is it accessible to people of all ages, all abilities, that kind of thing? So just, I know this is really thinking out of that box and maybe expanding this conversation beyond comfort levels, but I wanted to put it on the table. So thank you for the moment.
Oh, that's an interesting concept. I mean, even just traveling down through Nashua on occasion, that I saw the same thing. Outdoor dining was taking up a good amount, if not all, of a sidewalk. I'm not sure if anyone was paying attention to the accessibility of that sidewalk. That's a very interesting thought. Time is starting to get away from us here, and I want to make sure that Lee has a chance to cover some tip questions that I think he has. So in the interest of time, Lee, do you want to lead that discussion?
Sure. Well, actually, I have looked through the tip, of course, looking through the current tip, which will be updated soon, as we all know. So I have, written up some comments here, but actually, I believe Corbin mentioned that he had reviewed the tip and the MTP as well, the existing ones. So, and I don't want to shortchange, our special guests here from FHWA headquarters. So I will defer to you, Corbin, if you want to kick off this discussion with some of your observations or comments related to the tip, because I believe you mentioned that you had reviewed it.
Yeah, thanks, Lee. I'll be brief. Looking at the tip, I really like how you're linking your projects to your performance areas. I know New Hampshire DOT does something similar in their STIP, and so do your neighboring MPOs. So I like how you're identifying the individual projects and the funding at the statewide and regional levels. I think that's a really clear demonstration of your support of your measures and targets. And again, I think this is a national best practice, and so it's something that we are promoting to other areas, particularly smaller MPOs, as just kind of something that you can do to demonstrate your support of these measures and targets. Again, one thing I did not see was your latest emissions reduction target. So I would just encourage you to bring that into the fold, your next tip amendment or your next tip update, whichever one happens first. But still using that same structure you have, I think that works really well. The same comments apply to kind of making sure that when you're documenting these measures and targets, having the baseline data and the performance periods, just so we can everybody's on the same page. And then just something I'll leave you with, during the TAC meetings, someone I think said that one of the needs is always funding, and I think Lee had a good follow-up comment on what would you do with available funding. I think the performance measures, and especially this part of the tip, is a good place to make your case what you could do with additional funding, and kind of demonstrate if we had X number of more dollars, we could have this increase in pavement condition or bridge condition or what have you. This can help make your case, and it's also an opportunity to kind of say, even with all these investments and projects, we don't see us meeting our target. I know you're supporting the state target in a lot of cases, but if we had additional funding, we could get there. And so this is really where you can make that case for, if you had more dollars, what could you do with that? So I just encourage you to think think about that, and this is a good part of your tip to do that, and you begin to have the data to make those cases. So I'll leave it at that. I think it's looking good. It's a good structure that you can continue to update moving forward. So I like what I see.
Thanks, Corbin. Lee, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, well, in the interest of time, I'll not go through, and I'll forward to Nate my full list of comments here. There's nothing that's related really to the compliance issue, just some suggestions, observations, but maybe a theme, I guess, and this is, again, focusing on the tip and related to performance measures, I think. There's a lot of lists of projects that are grouped projects. And so, and they're sometimes grouped, or those projects are listed under performance measures or targets, indicating that they're supportive of those targets. And I just wondered if, you know, if you're listing the statewide grouped projects in your tip, is there, or have you given any thought to breaking down or disaggregating, you know, those statewide projects to show what's in them in your region specifically? And I think that would be good for transparency purposes. And the fact is, you know, as you know, Nate, the SIP in New Hampshire makes liberal, vigorous use of grouped projects. And so it represents a lot of the total investment in transportation improvements statewide. So I think, and this would not be a comment specific to, you know, the Manchester MPO here, but I think it would be helpful, especially when you're linking those investments to performance measures and targets. It would be helpful to somehow disaggregate those statewide projects, particularly for the PM2 measures, for example, where you'll find a lot of those investments grouped into those statewide projects to show kind of a little bit more of what's happening that's region specific that's supporting those measures and targets. So.
And highlight the child projects of interest in each program within the region.
Yeah, exactly. And do it however you want to. You can do it as an appendix, maybe, or appendices. I don't have any specific thoughts on how you do it, but I think, again, it provides some more transparency and a little bit more information that's region specific, which would be a good thing to do.
Yeah, and I think there's a similar but different challenge on the transit side with the way transit projects are listed. You know, for transit asset management, you kind of have just showed the whole listing, even though some of what's in that line item will address asset management and some of it will not. So anything you can do to more clearly communicate what will improve the asset conditions.
Yeah, I guess another thing, and this relates maybe back to our conversation Tuesday, there's a discussion in the tip about the regional project selection process. Again, this is looking at the tip that's in place now, but it talks about, it discusses the 10-year plan, project solicitation, letters, and planning factors. Thank you for referencing those and considering those. And then the regional project evaluation criteria, which was updated recently, as you mentioned. But I didn't see, unless I missed it, I didn't see much discussion there of the technical analysis that goes into the project selection process via the model, you know, the CMP and your corridor specific recommendations that might come out of that. The role of the long range plan in identifying projects for 10-year plan consideration. And I'm assuming that, you know, these things are considered under that maybe mobility or the project support criteria. So, you know, I'm sure it's there, but I think maybe telling the story would be helpful also, just to ensure everybody that, you know, those technical tools are being used as well to identify projects, and it's not just a big community solicitation process that gets you there.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Lee, and I think we can add add some context there. I thought it was, just to piggyback on that comment, I thought it was interesting, Linda Kuhnhart from the town of Francistown in our TAC meeting talking about serving on one of our project evaluation subcommittees and kind of going line by line through exactly that type of analysis that underlies all of these criteria about what the crash rate on Road X has been in the past, in the past number of years, and how many serious injuries there were, or what the delay is for that corridor. Walking through each of those different points and each of the criteria, I think was an interesting process for her, having never served in that type of capacity before on one of our project evaluation subcommittees. I think she was kind of getting to that point of how in depth the analysis actually is under each of those criteria. We roll up and present the overall criteria, but for us to be able to assign a score or a rating to each project for each of those criteria, there's a lot of technical work that goes on in the background. I think that we could probably explain in a little more detail.
Great. Yeah, thank you. I guess I'll throw out, if I have time here, maybe one other quick item regarding the project listings. And this was a finding also from the Nashua TMA cert review that we did. It would be, I think, helpful to document the toll credit match that's used in your project listings. You do, I think there is some narrative documentation indicating use of toll credit match. But I think what we heard from some folks who are looking at a tip from, not being as familiar with New Hampshire's use of toll credit match for basically every federal aid item that requires match, including planning funds, it would be helpful, again, kind of a transparency thing, to include that, document that in your project listings as well, just so somebody looking at it knows that, yes, those federal aid funds are being matched, if they're just looking at the project listings and maybe miss the narrative documentation that's in there.
Lee, just a follow-up question on that. I know that our colleagues in Nashua have been trying to respond to that and making some tweaks in how they're presenting projects. Is the way that Nashua is presenting the toll credits in their project listing, does that meet what your expect? In other words, should we consider what Nashua is doing to be a reasonable practice to emulate?
Well, actually, I'm not sure exactly what Nashua is. Nashua doing something in terms of preparing the next tip update, or or something that they're doing now?
Was it?
If we have Greg here.
Yeah, Greg. I know Greg has been working to incorporate toll credits into some of how he presents financial information. He could probably add more details, but
okay, I'm here.
I'll yield to you, Greg.
Yeah, well, yeah, we did discuss this. We are definitely providing a narrative to explain where we're showing federal fundings, and we list toll credits that, they do make up a portion of that. A spreadsheet could become very unwieldy if we wanted to start, doing federal non-toll credits, federal toll credits. It's just in what we receive from the DOT. Toll credits is part of the mix, but it's embedded into the federal. I think that their concern originally was the fact that we apportion toll credits, and to what degree are we using them up? And essentially, there's more toll credits, the more soft match exists than can be utilized in federal funding. So it doesn't really seem to be a real need to present so much of the federal funds are toll credits. They're federal funds, and they were matched by money that was spent on the turnpike system.
Yeah,
but a narrative is definitely useful to explain all of this. I agree with that.
You're looking, Lee, for it to be incorporated into the project listing database somehow, right?
Yeah. However, it's easiest to do that somehow, with an asterisk or if it's difficult to incorporate that somehow in the spreadsheet or whatever tools you're using to prepare the project listing that's included in the tip, you know, however it's easiest for you is fine. We're not suggesting that you have to show it as necessarily as a line item, but if you can somehow note that for the projects that are using full credit match, which is most of them, that's what is the match. Because
So just note that there is toll credit match in play, but not necessarily quantify the amount of toll credits that are used on each project.
Which is what we already do. I think everybody does that.
Yeah, I mean, if because otherwise, I think sometimes you look at a project in a tip, and there's a state match column and it's empty, and so you know, then which begs the question: why are these federal aid projects seemingly not being matched? So, however you can work it to make it a little more transparent, make sure that that's included in the project listing somehow, as well as, you know, documented elsewhere. Telling the story, I think, would be helpful.
Okay, I'll make a note of that, and we can have some you know, maybe I can bounce around a template or something like that we can see if that works.
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe an aggregate number for toll credits for all projects rather than, you know, worrying about each project individually. So we could show what share of federal money actually was based on toll credits.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be helpful too. Sure.
I mean, usually, generally speaking, if toll credits are applied, it makes the project 100% federal. So we know, you know, that 20% would be the toll credits. I mean, it would be possible to provide a column for each project. I just don't know that we gain a whole lot by doing so. I haven't seen it done anywhere else. Usually,
well, we can talk more offline. I mean, I think we're flexible as to how you show it, and it's just the point being that without that additional information, you know, one might wonder how it is that these projects are being matched and they're using federal aid dollars. So there's probably lots of ways that can be made more transparent, but incorporating it somehow in the project listing, I think, would be helpful. So that's the comment. I think that's the same comment we provided to Nashville. So.
Okay, well, like I said, we could put our heads together, I think, and come up with something that works to help better tell the story of how toll credits factor into the way that TIP projects are funded.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. I think we're probably getting close to the end of our time. Is that right, Paul?
Yeah, I was just noticing that too. Before we break for lunch, 12 to 1, does anyone have any last comments to throw out, or a quick question we could address?
Yeah, Paul, I'd like to ask a little bit about PTASP. Nate, could you, or Carl, whoever, what has been your role or the MPO's role, if any, so far in the development of the PTASP or targets or any conversations with MTA?
We've had conversations with MTA just where they update us on the status of the development of their agency safety plan. MTA is working with the state. They're coordinating with the state, where I think they're developing a template through the Rail and Transit Bureau, through Mike Pulio and at New Hampshire DOT. I believe that most of the urban transit providers in the state have developed a template based on working with the state, and then they're adapting that template to their individual agency needs and then adopting it. I think where MTA is at is they have the template, they're adapting it to their needs, and they intend to adopt it before the end of the calendar year. And that will have targets and outline their agency safety plan strategies. And then once it's adopted, they'll provide it to us and we can have conversations about how to set regional targets. But we haven't been involved in it's really been MTA working through the state, through the Rail and Transit Bureau at the state in terms of actually crafting that plan.
Okay, thanks. And in terms of your timeline or anticipated timeline, assuming MTA adopts their targets in the plan by the end of the year for the deadline, how does that timeline for you fit with your MTP update?
It would come after our MTP update. So it would probably be an amendment to adopting those targets would likely take the form of an amendment to the system performance report in our MTP.
Okay, that's too bad. Would have been nice to,
it actually would have worked nicely, with the previous timeline. the timeline
6 months ago would have been perfect.
Yeah, 6 months ago would have worked. It would have worked well, but it is what it is, and we'll deal with it.
Okay, thank you for that update.
All right, that brings us to the top of the hour. Why don't we break for lunch? Come back at 1. We will pick up with
resuming our recording. Anyway, now I was at a planning board meeting in Deerfield last night, and with 18 people zoomed in and about 10 people present in the room, and yeah, it was not working. It was terrible, but we made it work. We made it work.
I seem to have a disproportionate amount of computer issues as well, so I can relate.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
So we keep
Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound to continue. You are in the meeting now. There are 14 participants in the meeting. This meeting is being recorded. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing *6. You have been added to the waiting room. You cannot talk or listen until the host admits you to the meeting. You are muted. You are muted.
So that sound is typically when there's more than one machine in the room zooming in. So I'm not sure where that sound is coming from.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, I think it's Wanda.
Wanda, I think you might be on mute.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Larissa.
How's everyone doing? Good.
Good so far. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Oh. Okay. Well, it's 1 o'clock and I'm doing strange things to my screen here. Here we go. It's 1 o'clock. Wanda's joining us by phone, I think. Is that what she's telling us? All right. Can't hear you, Wanda. I'm not sure what that means.
What's the thing to unmute on the phone, Sylvia? *6. *6?
Oh.
Hello.
Hey, there you are.
We can hear you now.
Yes. Thank you for joining us, and so timely too. All right, well, so far our Zoom meeting is going pretty well and pretty uneventful for most folks. So here we are, 1 o'clock. We're going to jump into the civil rights topic, and we have set aside from 1 to 2, but we can probably go over that if we need to. And so the topics that we had pulled out could include Title VI, environmental justice, excuse me, did I write that wrong? LEP, ADA, and public involvement through the public participation process, public participation plan, excuse me. And let's see, Peggy was going to try and jump in at 1 o'clock and she may be delayed. So Wanda, would you like to take it away and begin this session?
Of course, Paul. Hi, everybody. I'm Wanda Hewley Culberson. I'm the Civil Rights Specialist for New Hampshire and Maine. I went over your all the documents that you forwarded to Paul and some more information that I received from Larissa this morning. So I'm going to try to be succinct and go in order, but if I don't, please forgive me in advance. The first thing that I would like to talk to you about is your website. Your website is really great. I love the colors, by the way. But I noticed a few things that I'm going to make a few suggestions about your website. So one of the things that I saw on your website is that you have a search engine up top, and at the bottom of the website, there's a translation for Google that should be moved to the upper portion of your website so that the person that has a disability to don't speak English or whatever, they're able to find that easily instead of scrolling down and searching for something that they don't know how to read in the first place, if that makes sense.
Move the Google Translate widget bar to the top of the website page. Okay.
Correct.
Yep.
Correct. Thank you. And I didn't find anything for the vision impaired, the hearing impaired. Usually Google will have a widget that helps with the vision impaired. I couldn't find that on the website. So maybe that's something that you can look into or direct me to where it is. I couldn't find it.
Okay, we'll look into there's a separate Google widget for vision impaired. And okay.
Right.
We'll talk with we have some external assistance that provides us with different kind of website coding type things, and we will bring that up to them and have them get that up there.
Okay, I do appreciate that. If Peggy signs on, Peggy may have more, she may be more detailed than I am. I'm just going over the surface at this moment. Okay. The next thing that I want to talk to you about, and I've spoken with all the MPOs or the ones that I've been in about Title VI and EJ. You guys have them as the same program, and it's not the same program. That needs to be separated. On your complaint form, you have Title VI EJ program. Title VI covers race, color, national origin. EJ covers, as you know, low income and other stuff. But if you want to put that on a complaint form, you should have Title VI / non-discrimination form, because it encompasses everything on one form without separating the document. Any comment?
I'm just scribbling as you write, Wanda. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. I'm
scribbling
good.
as you're speaking. Yeah.
Okay, so I tell that to everybody, and maybe you can talk to the DOT. They can help you, give you some more best practices. I wanted to talk to you about that. Okay. Keep going. When was the last time that you guys did a 4-factor analysis?
We did the 4-factor analysis as part of our most recent Title VI program update this summer. So that's in our Title VI program. That's based on the most recent ACS data for limited English proficiency.
Okay. In your GARS, in your goals and accomplishment report that I received from Larissa this morning, I'm going to just go over 2019 and 2020. I noticed that, how can I say this? I noticed that you or someone explains what they want to do, but on the next year's GARS, they don't explain how it was done. Does that make sense?
Are you thinking of a specific example?
I can give you one. So I'm looking at 220, Title VI and Accomplishment Report. So you have, let's say, on 2019 Goals and Accomplishment Report, it says to prevent D, let's go to D, and it says to prevent the denial, reduction, or delay in benefits related to programs and activities that benefit minority populations or low-income populations. But on 2020, it didn't say how it was done. It just says something that you would like to prevent, but it doesn't say that you did prevent that in 2020 Goals and Accomplishment Report.
I just wanted to jump in. This is Peggy. I was able to finally join.
Hey, Peggy.
Hello. So I think what Wanda's getting at is specifically what is your process for this, and were you able to accomplish specific steps or some of it or none of it, or I think more than just listing it without explanation.
Right. Thank you, Peggy.
So did you have a strategy? Did you have particular goals that you knew this was going to be an issue? Or was there an activity that you achieved that demonstrated the capacity to do this?
I don't have that report in front of me, so I'm just kind of going off of what Wanda is saying.
Okay, well, you could send us some information afterwards, but yeah, part of it is if you don't have a strategy and you don't have a way to measure it, you don't really know if it was successful and that it worked.
Okay. Yep.
And then the other thing I just wanted to mention, because I came in on the LEP, the tail end of that, my other meeting ran late, I'm sorry. And I looked on the webpage and I didn't see the LEP there. I saw a policy and a complaint form, but I didn't see the complete program posted or a link to it. Am I missing that, or is it there?
So the 4-factor analysis is in our Title VI program document. Let me see what section of it.
Do you put that on your website, or is that just something you keep internally?
No, it's on our website. Let me see.
Okay, because I couldn't find it. All I could find was the policy and the complaint form. When I searched Title VI, that's all that came up.
So it is section 3.8 of the Title VI program is the 4-factor analysis with the most updated available LEP data for the region.
Okay, I'll look again. You know, because I think a lot of times people think these programs are really for the feds, and they are in the sense that you need to do them, but they're really for the public. So it's good that you have it there. I just couldn't find it. So I'll look again, and if it's broken, I'll let you know.
Yeah, sure. Like I say, it should be in section 3.8 of our Title VI document.
Yeah, and that's under your Title VI section on your website.
Correct.
Okay. All right, we'll look for that, and we'll get back to you if there's a further issue with that. Sorry, Wanda, I didn't mean to stop.
Oh no,
progress.
No, because I know that you had your time was limited, so you can continue, Peggy. I'm great.
So my other comment, I had made it to Leah, just to make everyone aware, because sometimes people are not under the ADA. When you're looking at alternative transportation programs that are not necessarily lift equipped and accessible, even if the feds are not paying for it as a Title II entity, you need to make sure that people who use mobility devices are not denied the same response time, service hour, or service area as someone who doesn't have a mobility aid. And some of the microtransit providers have not considered this in their models, such as Uber and Lyft. And some places are going to extreme measures by not giving them licenses to operate. Others are providing subsidies to keep lift equipped vehicles on the road, just so the response time can be improved. That's what they're doing in Massachusetts. So you really need to keep that in mind, that just because someone uses a wheelchair, walker, or additional mobility device, they need to have the same access to that microtransit service, whether or not it's federally funded. So that would include your volunteer drivers, all of that. So just keep that in mind, as you have to have a way to meet that demand and meet it in a timely, reasonable way with the same hours of service and service area. Because that can affect your planning for those services.
Yeah. You guys will be writing these comments up and providing them to us, right? As a follow-up. Okay. We just want to make sure I'm scribbling, but I'm not sure that I'm getting all the details here. So I just want to make sure we're following up on all these things and taking care of them.
Yeah, because it's always better to fix it before you put something in place. And a lot of people aren't aware the ADA is a different regulation. Title VI is dependent on federal funding, but the ADA is not. And so if you're a public entity under Title II, which are cities, towns, municipalities, transit agencies, state governments, you're going to fall under Title II. So I don't know what else you covered, Wanda, so why don't you keep going? I can stay a few extra minutes because they made me late in the first place.
No problem. Since we were talking about the ADA, I didn't see anything in your documentation regarding ADA, nor did I see anything, ADA complaint form that you can possibly add on your Title VI non-discrimination form. Do you have anything for ADA in your plan?
I'd have to look and see if the commission has anything on file related to ADA, but I'm not aware of anything in particular. If it's something that we need a separate complaint form for that's posted on the website, or if we can incorporate that into the Title VI form. You're saying we could potentially—
Peggy, I believe they can incorporate that into the Title VI form, correct?
Yeah, I didn't know if you had discussed that. What we've sort of reached is between federal highways and federal transit in most of the areas that I work in, is you could have one form. It would just have to say Title VI / non-discrimination complaint form. And then you can list everything and keep it on one form, keep it simple. And the other thing is I'm not sure, I think we discussed this, Wanda. I've read so much in the last few days. Be sure to offer assistance if someone needs it, if they cannot fill out the form, if they don't have the resources to print it. Some people may have a computer or a phone, but don't have a printer. There's a lot of different reasons why people have difficulty complaining. So I would always make it clear that if someone needs assistance, that they could just have to call.
Or you can just make the form fillable.
Or request it.
Yeah, or you can make the form fillable
Which
online.
works for some people, but not always everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you guys have do you have a complaint form that you consider to be, I'm thinking of a Title VI / non-discrimination complaint form that's kind of an all-encompassing form that you consider to be a best practice of sorts, or kind of state of the art, so to speak, that covers what we need to be covering? Are there any notable examples of that you'd be willing
No.
to share?
I mean, I think your form is fine. It just needs the non-discrimination because you go beyond the statutory categories of Title VI.
Okay, so.
And so it needs to be clear because Title VI is one law, ADA is another law. You know what I mean? It's so just to be clear, your form is fine. And then I would just add that if someone needs assistance, that they just need to contact your office and here's how to do it.
Yep, understood. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty simple thing. It's I know that people want to do the best they can, but it's really not rocket science. Everything looks like the agency that it's from, and that's fine.
But
as long as it hits the points.
Yeah, amend it to say Title VI non-discrimination form and amend it to include instructions that people can contact us if they need assistance actually filling the form out.
Exactly. Real simple.
And also on your complaint form, I noticed that you don't direct anything to New Hampshire DOT. You, because if you get a Title VI or ADA complaint, you cannot investigate yourself. So it needs to go up, not to, you have an avenue to go to FTA, but you don't have anything saying to the DOT. So the DOT needs to be included.
So that would be Larissa's office then?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's something where federal transit and federal highways have a little bit of a conflict because we do allow you to look at your own Title VI complaint. But we would also expect as a subrecipient of New Hampshire DOT that you're keeping them informed as well, because they then report to us in their program.
Right, but in terms of making it, people being able to offer their complaint directly to Larissa's office, we should add that in. At least
absolutely.
From the FHWA side.
Some people might feel like it's, people are afraid to complain. It's interesting because I find we really learn a lot about what's going not right in complaints because we all are trying to do the best we can and think we're doing it right. But it's the complaints that inform us otherwise. But a lot of people still are a little bit shy or concerned about repercussions if they do come to a good idea.
And Peggy, I touched base a little bit on the translation on the Google widget. I know you had more to say about that. You said that it wasn't sufficient. Peggy?
Yeah, FTA's position on Google Translate. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Did I get lost?
No.
We hear you now.
Yeah. Now, whether I'm on GoToMeeting or Zoom, it kind of is weird. Sometimes it helps if some people turn off their video. I don't really know. Let me see if there's something I can turn off. It's crazy. Yeah, FTA's position on Google Translate is that it's a very literal translation. And if you were to take a document and run it through Google Translate and then ask it to translate back into English, you would get a pretty mixed up document. So for your safe harbor and other requested translations, it works not well. You really need to have real translations. We find that it's not as much of an issue in a transit agency when you're talking about schedules, because that's pretty straightforward. But when you get into nuance and language, it's much more difficult to rely solely on Google Translate. So I would just make sure that it's really clear people can request translations for any language. And from what I was reading on the Manchester Transit Authority, there's a couple of languages that don't hit safe harbor that seem to be highly concentrated in the area. They were going to address that in their future planning. I can't remember what the two languages were, but anyway, so Google Translate is something you cannot solely rely on. You have to be very, very careful about that because of the literal nature of the translation.
So just add context that makes it very clear to people that they can request translation at any time. But we don't have to take down the
Exactly.
Google Translate widget. We can leave the Google Translate widget up.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it can supplement, but it can't be the sole translation vehicle.
Okay.
They're all getting better over time, you know. It's just a matter of everything, all the technology catching up. So it's something you have to pay attention to. I think eventually artificial intelligence will be far more advanced than this, but right now it's just still very literal. And like I said, test it with a paragraph, see what you get. You'd be surprised.
One of the things that Peggy and I found was when you have your public meetings and you mention that the person needs to tell you if they need some help, you don't tell them in what documents or you will be presenting for them to tell you that they need assistance. So like, for example, if you have a PowerPoint slide and a person with vision impairment, they may need that slide changed to Word in black and white or at a certain font. So you're not telling them what products you will be giving out at your meetings.
Or how it's going to be broadcast or what platform. There's accessibility issues with all sorts of technology. For example, in Zoom, the chat box is not accessible currently. I understand they're working on it, but it hasn't been corrected yet. So you can't enlarge the font. You can't make it bigger. It just doesn't allow you to. It's just not designed that way. So there's pluses and minuses to all the technology, at least for the interim. But even when we go back to in-person meetings, it's nice to say you offer reasonable accommodations, but if people don't know exactly what you're doing, they don't know what to ask for. So as a best practice, we recommend you would say, you know, we're having a meeting from this time to this time. It's going to be broadcast or in person, and we will be presenting the following materials on these platforms, you know. And you might even want to give some timelines because it takes a day or two to get things, you know, altered if you're going to offer it in an alternative format.
So you would say something like, we will be presenting a PowerPoint presentation via the Zoom platform, or we will.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
Because if you did get accommodation requests, it might reduce them because people might say, okay, no problem, and not ask for anything. You know what I'm saying? So it just, but if they need something, they know to ask for it, rather than getting into a meeting and someone saying, I can't see that, or I can't use that, or, you know.
Okay.
Wanda, did we have anything else?
No, Peggy, we do not. That's all I came up with.
Yeah, I thought, you know, you're making really great strides, and I think the incorporation with CART is going to be a little challenging since it's a little different kind of model than a traditional transit agency. But I was impressed to hear this morning all the transit that you guys do look at, and that is a really big part of your program.
Yeah, thanks. We appreciate that and appreciate all the good feedback. One quick question, I guess, for Peggy. You mentioned a couple of the languages that don't quite meet the threshold yet, and I think French is one of those. We haven't historically translated. We translated into Spanish because it's above the threshold. But should we? Is it a best practice to be, you know, if there are languages that are approaching the threshold, should we be translating? Like, kind of, where do we? What's any guidance you might have to offer on that as it relates to French being the primary language? I think that's getting close, but doesn't quite exceed the threshold.
Well, that's sort of what the public participation plan and the whole LEP process tries to look at carefully. So, you know, if people need translations, they can request them. I saw that Manchester Transit does French and Spanish, even though French is like on the border.
Yeah.
But also, if you're going into a community that has a higher proportion than usual, it might make good sense to do something, whether it's a radio show or whatever the culture is in that community, to try to get people's opinions and get them drawn into your process. There's no real like check this box, check that box. I mean, every place is just so different. You have to use your best judgment and try different strategies that work for that community.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, one thing, since I've been around so long, I know these things. So when the ADA came in, there was all this large print processing and Braille copies made and things like that. And no one ever asked for them. And so they ended up having to shred them. So you don't want to go overboard too much, but you don't want to go under either. You want to meet the needs. So the best thing is, I think, and I have found, reaching out to those community organizations that serve the populations you're trying to target. Or
I think you might have just cut out there, Peggy.
Yeah, I think we might have lost Peggy's audio.
I have a question. Are you receiving any goals and accomplishments reports? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, hello? I'm going to have to go back to my other meeting, but I'm sorry I can't stay, but my boss scheduled this thing, so it's something you can't say no to. But anyway, thanks for all your stuff. And Wanda and I will write, you know, some of this stuff down for you. And if there's more that you need, just, you know, feel free to contact us.
Oh, we appreciate it, Peggy. Thanks very much for reviewing all of this and giving us these really good suggestions.
Oh, you're welcome. All right. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Thank you, Peggy.
Bye.
Peggy.
I do have one question. I wanted to know, do you receive goals and accomplishment reports from your subrecipients? I couldn't find those.
No, we haven't made our subrecipients send us goals and accomplishments reports. But now that you mentioned that, it seems like we in our MOUs with our subrecipients, we require them to provide us with their most current Title VI program. But we've never included a rider in the MOU for them to submit a goals and accomplishments report to us. Although now,
okay, no problem.
Now that you mentioned that, it might be something that we can include in our MOUs with our subrecipients.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to know because I wanted to know what they were doing and making sure that they were accomplishing what they said they were going to do as well.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you. Paul, my time is up. Larissa, did you have anything to say?
Well,
Larissa, did you have anything to share?
Yes, hi Wanda, thanks for asking. I mean, I did review some of the documentation that Nate provided to me yesterday. And I do have additional comments. I was going through it today. I don't know if this would be the time to talk about them or if I can talk to Nate directly about it as a follow-up meeting.
Probably a follow-up.
Okay, that will do. I'll be in touch, Nate.
Yeah, I'd be happy to follow up anytime, Larissa.
Thank you.
Nate, did you have anything to share on the public participation plan? That I understand is a new plan for the MPO. It was recently republished, updated, and you know, we were kind of thinking when we looked at public participation plan and public involvement in general. I mean, now we've got virtual going on, and you know, do you have anything that you can share with this group about that? How the public participation plan might be different than it used to be, and virtual public involvement, the use of that?
Yeah, would it be okay if I shared a couple of slides about it? I put together just kind of a briefing on the PPP, and it's a handful of slides, and it hits the high points. So if that's
Yeah,
all right, I'll
that'd be
share my
okay. Yeah.
screen. Yep.
Thanks.
Can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Full slide? Okay. So as you mentioned, Paul, we have updated our public participation plan. We adopted it in August of 2020. It does comprehensively update our goals and strategies for public involvement, but what really necessitated us taking action on our public participation plan this summer was indeed the pandemic. We needed to make sure that our public participation plan authorized us to be able to do the virtual public involvement and really to be able to conduct meetings and conduct business electronically in these types of emergency situations. So even being allowed to have an MPO meeting, even though we were allowed to do that under state regulations as a result of the governor's emergency order, and conduct business as a political subdivision of the state of New Hampshire, we needed to make sure that that was appropriately reflected in our public participation plan, and that we could be updating our MPO, our key MPO documents electronically through electronic business in the state, in when we have emergency situations like we do now. So that was one of the primary drivers of us taking a look at our public participation plan and updating it this year. While we were doing that, one of the recommendations that came out of our last MPO review was to detail the public participation efforts that the MPO undertakes for its different key planning documents. So to that end, we placed this table. I know it's kind of small on this slide, but I think everybody has a PDF copy of the full public participation plan. This table is in section 4.9, but it details kind of product by product, with the long range plan, the TIP, et cetera, what public participation efforts the MPO is going to be undertaking, and how we undertake those, and what the length of the public comment period is, and all of those sorts of details. So that was one of the recommendations last time in our MPO review, and I just wanted to note that we did include that content in this update. We also included performance measures in our public participation plan in 8 different categories to gauge the effectiveness of our public hearings and forums, surveys and comment forms, our customer service, the outreach events that we conduct, the level of participation that we're getting from stakeholders in the region, the amount and quality of feedback that we're receiving from the public on our MPO products, our website, as well as our social media outreach efforts. So we've now identified in the public participation plan some metrics in each of these categories, as well as strategies to how to achieve our objectives in those 8 different categories. Just circling back to our MPO review 4 years ago, and some of the discussion that we had back in December of 2016. We didn't have any corrective actions related to our public participation plan, but we did have some recommendations. One of those was to ensure that the most recent STIP revision procedures are reflected in the public participation plan, and we have done that in this update. So our most recent STIP revision procedures around the state were adopted in January, formalized in January of 2020. So those are referenced in our public participation plan. We have made the public participation plan a standalone document and portion, a section of our website. As I'm sure if you've explored our website, you've seen that section of the website, so it is up there. There was a recommendation related to basically incorporating a review of effectiveness and procedures and strategies in the public participation plan, and detailing our specific efforts for those specific different planning documents like the MTP. That's really what I just walked through in the previous couple of slides. So that section 4.9 table identifies all of the specific public participation efforts that we'll be undertaking for our different MPO planning products. And we also did, to the first part of that recommendation, do now have that whole section with performance measures to evaluate the effectiveness of our public participation program. We also had a recommendation to review the list of stakeholders to make sure that it includes and considers the needs of minority, low income, or other non-traditional stakeholders. And we have done that in this public participation plan update. Our stakeholder list now includes Latinos Unidos de New Hampshire, the Catholic Charities and Caregivers, Alliance for Healthy Aging, the AARP, Planned Parenthood, New Horizons for New Hampshire, Service Link Aging and Disability Resource Center, the Way Home, the YWCA, and the YMCA. So we have expanded our list of stakeholders to try to make it as representative as possible of the community that we serve and the region that we serve. So that I just wanted to highlight that and just note how we have responded to those recommendations. So that's the public participation plan in a nutshell. At least the high points of it. And I will stop sharing my screen from here and yield the floor back to you, Paul.
Thank you. Thanks for that update. That was helpful. Yeah, some of the questions I had set aside had to do with the recommendation, so it's nice that those are wrapped up. Thanks for pointing those out particularly. I wanted to ask anyone else with regard to public participation or the plan itself. Does anyone else on the Federal Review team have any questions?
Yeah, I was just curious if you could elaborate. I like those metrics and sort of your performance objectives and how that's included. I think that's really nice. Do you have a plan on reporting out on those on an annual basis or some sort of regular basis, or how do you anticipate moving forward to evaluate it?
Yeah, we've talked about doing that on an annual basis and tracking our performance kind of continually, but reporting progress on an annual basis.
Oh.
Sylvia might have more context about that, but that's at least what we've discussed internally here. Did we lose Sylvia? No, there she is. I know this has been a focus area of Sylvia's related to reporting performance and tracking performance with public involvement. So I wanted to make sure she had the opportunity to chime in here, as this is one of her particular focus areas and areas of interest.
I think our whole public participation plan is, the update is still very new. Most of the focus actually, aside from really considering comments from the last review, was also to ensure that virtual engagement was covered. We have done a variety of, I've mentioned earlier our whole age-friendly component, this seniors, there's just so much, and we're still kind of in all right, let's move from here to really looking at recommendations and moving forward with those. So I could see in 2021, really taking those and going to the next level and incorporating those recommendations moving forward, plus incorporating all these comments. We've gotten so many great comments from you today. And I'm really interested in hearing. It was terrible that Peggy had to leave, but I was really happy to hear about Wanda's comments. I'd be very interested in also hearing Larissa's comments. Yeah. So I probably didn't answer that question, and I apologize. But I think we're still in a state of, reviewing and seeing how we want to move forward.
Yeah, I understand you probably weren't maybe necessarily planning on doing a major update this year. And, you know, the COVID situation and moving to virtual maybe forced your hand to act more quickly, perhaps, than you were expecting on developing a new public participation plan. But I think, you know, you definitely have included some of the recommendations from last time, you know, as Nate talked through. I think, you know, you definitely have, you know, laid a good groundwork for yourselves to move forward, and really, you know, how you implement it and continue to, you know, have that feedback loop. So you're making sure you're accomplishing what you're wanting to accomplish through it will be useful.
Well, and I can appreciate, maybe it was Peggy, I'm not sure, or Wanda, who, you know, recommended really getting out there and talking with the agencies that are working with underserved populations. And that's definitely one of my goals. I've tried to, Lee actually knows that I've tried to invite Wanda and forget the representative from Massachusetts.
Yeah, Tina.
Yeah, to
Right.
get to our RPC executive directors meetings. And just, I don't know, it was maybe a month ago when Tina called me up and said, I know I keep putting you off, but we have actually been told we are no longer allowed to talk with RPCs about equity issues. That came from way up high. And so it's a really, you know, that was a startling conversation. And so we definitely want to move ahead with these conversations and with these goals. I don't know if you have thoughts on that.
Well, I don't know if, I guess I'd have to check with either Wanda if she's still on, or Tina, but my understanding was that it wasn't necessary that she wasn't allowed to talk about these things, but it did have to be the presentation of materials, or you know, whatever she was going to speak to had to be vetted through
Right.
several layers. So I think that's at least that's what I heard, and that's what we're still in the process of doing. So I'm hoping eventually we can still do that for you, and once we get everything done.
Definitely.
Yes, I'm hoping too. We needed legal sufficiency.
Right. I remember now. You're completely right, Lee. She said it had to go through a process of approval on multiple levels. And you know, I really wanted the discussion aimed at those particular, you know, at Title VI, at a language plan, at public involvement plan. And so it was interesting to hear that there seemed to be issues, but I still hope to make that happen. And there's always room for improvement, and we look forward to accomplishing those.
Yeah, well, I hope it happens soon too, and we appreciate your patience as we go through the process. But we definitely want to do this for you and have that conversation, and really appreciate that you, as well as the other executive directors, want to have that conversation. So hopefully we'll get there eventually.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else we want to cover? Title VI, environmental justice, limited English proficiency, ADA, public participation. Seems like we talked about several of these areas. Oh, and if anyone has comments that they'd like to add, that please feel free to do so in the chat pod. I should have said that earlier. Sorry about that. I've been copying those down, and we'll make those available after our meeting today.
Paul, maybe one thing we typically ask when we talk about this topic is just so we could cover this ground is, you know, has the MPO had any Title VI complaints recently? and how have those been disposed of? I suspect you haven't, but just to cover that, if we could ask that question.
Yeah, we
Hey,
have.
Lee, that was in their, the documentation that they sent. They did not have any in 2019 or 2020. I did see that.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we didn't have any in the entire time I've been an employee here. So that's from 2016. I can't speak. I'd have to go back and look prior to 2016, but at least in the 4 years I've been here, we've never had a Title VI complaint. We did have, we had one accommodation request this year for CART translation services at a public forum for hearing impaired person, and we fulfilled that request successfully and hired a CART translator for that forum to accommodate that request. But we haven't had any complaints of any sort. No.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, that was my other question. We've talked a lot about translation services and Google and so forth. So I wondered, how often do you get those requests, and have you been able to make those accommodations? Sounds like you have. So.
Yeah, I would say we get requests occasionally. Like I say, we had one last year for the entire year, and that was for CART translation services, and we did successfully meet that request.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions on this topic?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about your experience with virtual public involvement. Since we've been doing this now, have you seen changes in the level of public engagement that you're getting, either in your sort of standing meetings and usual things, or other outreach that you're doing for studies and other activities?
Yeah, I think we've actually seen more engagement in some of our standing meetings and standing committees and some of the project specific meetings that we've had. It was a couple of months ago. I want to say Paul was on might have been in this TAC meeting a few months ago when the pandemic was first kind of hitting high gear and we were rolling Zoom out for, it was either the first or second time we had attempted to do a TAC meeting by Zoom. I think we had more than 40 people on the TAC meeting via Zoom, which is, pretty good turnout for a TAC meeting, all things considered. So it seems like in a lot of ways, the electronic, the virtual, engagement platforms that exist are really facilitating more people in, being involved and being, even if, it may be prior to the pandemic, if you had a meeting in person from 2 to 3:30, if somebody was going to have to leave at 2:45 to go to another meeting, they might not just come to the meeting, right? In this Zoom platform, people, even if they can't stay for the whole meeting, they come for the whole meeting because they're maximizing their time that they're available to. We've noticed that dynamic too, where even if people can't stay for the entire time, it's easier in Zoom to pop in for an hour of a 90-minute meeting rather than having to drive back and forth and only being able to stay for 30 minutes of a 90-minute meeting. So in a lot of ways, we've noticed, I think, increased involvement, certainly no decrease. It's held the same or even improved in some ways. And I know that my colleague, James Veo, who has been leading a project to do a transit-oriented development planning effort with the city of Manchester, has held a number of virtual public meetings recently related to that project. And he has reported that he's had very good turnout from the general public at those sessions. So in a lot of ways, it seems to be easier for people to access via this forum. We do have, the challenge, the offsetting challenge of that is that, like I talked about earlier, we have an urban rural divide in our region. And that's not just in terms of demographics or how we program transportation projects or anything like that. It's also the urban areas have much better broadband infrastructure than the rural areas. And sometimes it's difficult for some of the outlying rural communities, particularly in the western part of the region, they don't have the same level of broadband accessibility that the city of Manchester and the immediate communities around Manchester have. So I think that hasn't been a huge issue for us, but it's something that we keep in mind. And that's, one of the reasons why we always make sure to publish a telephone only option when we're doing Zoom, is to make sure that, people, if they don't have the broadband accessibility to be able to participate by video and everything in a Zoom conference, they can still call in through a normal, telephone landline or whatever the case may be to be able to access the meeting by audio. We have a couple, we lost one commissioner who just did not want to have any part of meeting virtually. He liked the social aspect of meeting in person, and that was a big reason why he wanted to serve on the MPO, was to be able to get the interaction and the social interaction in person with people from neighboring communities. So we did lose one commissioner as a result of going virtual, but at the same time, we've had more engagement in a lot of our standing meetings because of going virtual. So it's a long answer to a short question. It's a bit of a mixed bag, but overall, I would say on the net, we've seen as good or better in participation in meetings than we did pre-pandemic.
And I'll just add a story. So you all met Dick Snow from our TAC meeting earlier. When we met in person, Dick would sit at the table and he would do this all meeting long. He'd have his elbows on the table because he can't hear really well. He loves Zoom because he can hear everyone and he can see everyone. He couldn't be happier. So that is an example of how a senior volunteer for his community can now talk about what we're talking about and what, the different projects. He can really speak to them so much easier because he really knows what's going on.
Thanks. That was a great answer. I think we have heard from a lot of folks in different regions that they've seen increases in participation, but it's really sort of interesting to hear about the change and who it is that's participating. And, there are some places where, they have the one or two members of the public often who always show up at meetings and now maybe not logging on virtually. In this case, your commission member who's sort of changed and not wanting to engage virtually. So appreciate that background. I think it's interesting and useful for us to hear how it's working for you all.
Well, whether you're a senior and you wanted to stay safe during the pandemic, or you're a working commissioner or volunteer and you're trying to squeeze these meetings in while you're working, it's just been a win-win for all of those scenarios.
All right. Well, thank you for that discussion. That was pretty rich. We're just a few minutes before our 2 o'clock topics. We had planned on talking about planning and technical analysis and ITS architecture, along with the congestion management process and transportation demand model. We talked a little bit about planning and technical analysis earlier when Lee had asked the question, and we started to get into what kind of resources are used when the MPO plans and programs projects. We have all of the performance measures to consider. There's the congestion management process to consider as well. Certainly the model. There are a lot of needs that show up in documents, and those all need some kind of recognition and certainly result in conversation when it comes time to put the plan together, put the tip together. We touched on this a little bit earlier. Is there any more discussion that we need to have on this? Does anyone have any thoughts on that? We did talk about it. I don't think it was extensive. Before we get into any of the other topics, does anyone have any thoughts on that?
I do, Paul. Would it be okay if I shared my screen again for 3 minutes or so before we hit 2 o'clock?
Yeah, I think you had something to share here anyways.
I do on ITS
Yeah.
at 2, but in terms of what resources, you asked about what resources we use when we're evaluating projects and going through that process.
Yeah, that might be helpful. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So I want to just, can you see a PDF on your screen by chance?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a document that the 9 regional planning commissions developed when we were updating our criteria. I talked about that a little bit earlier, the criteria that are used by all 9 regions. This is a companion document. I don't think we gave this to you but it might be of interest and we can share it. This is a companion document that we use with our TAC members and MPO policy committee members to understand what the different criteria are and how they relate to performance measures and what resources are available to each region to evaluate the criteria. So, for instance, here in the economic development criterion, we note here at the bottom, federal performance measures addressed, truck travel time reliability on the interstate system, because freight movement happens to be a part of this criterion. So on the left side of this document, the left column here in blue are all of the different prompts that we evaluate under that criterion. So I'll zoom in a little bit here. So for local and regional economic development, we're looking at, does the project directly relate to a community vitalization or economic development effort? And so there are prompts under each criterion, and then there are resources on the right-hand column that we use. Not all of these resources are necessarily applicable to our region. Some may vary, but these are the resources that we look at and when we're doing that technical analysis of each project to help to quantify and evaluate those different criteria. So if you look at freight movement, for instance, our resources are the state freight plan, our long-range transportation plan. We have identified within our region, the other MPOs have as well, a list of critical urban freight corridor candidates that we propose to the state through a separate analysis. That's a resource for us. The truck travel time reliability index data from the NPM RDS, that's a resource for us. So for each of the different criteria, we have prompts that we review, and this is what we actually do when you had Linda Kuhnhart earlier at the TAC meeting talking about the level of detail that we're reviewing in each project. We're reviewing each of the prompts under each of these criteria and tying them into what we're finding about those from each of the resources here on the right-hand side. So for each criterion, we have our prompts and our resources, and they vary from criterion to criterion in terms of what resources are most applicable. So like here on natural hazard risk, you've got local hazard mitigation plans, local and regional vulnerability assessments, the fluvial geomorphology data that our state partners work with us to develop. So we're looking at a lot of those different types of data sets and resources to help evaluate the projects and prioritize the projects. So I'd be happy to share this document if that's of interest to you, in terms of what resources we actually use when we're evaluating the technical components of different projects and how we're evaluating the technical components of different projects. But this is kind of, this document summarizes all of it in a nutshell, and you might find it useful.
Yeah, by all means, please send that to me and I'll send that out to the rest of the federal review team. Thank you for talking about that.
Nate, just to clarify, is that used, those criteria, for highway projects or all projects?
All projects. We made a major effort to include all modes of transportation in this. So under safety, there's a specific set of prompts for transit safety. There's a specific set of prompts for bicycle and pedestrian safety. So we've made a big effort to try to include all modes of transportation in these criteria equally. So, yeah.
That's really nice. That's a nice sort of flow sheet. Take you right through all the criterion and I guess help to ensure that you don't miss something. So that's really helpful. All right. Are there any other questions before we move on to ITS architecture? All right. Bob Bollinger, you've been with us for a long time. Thank you for joining us early and staying with us. So, Bob, ITS architecture, you want to take us through that?
Yeah, I guess, and I'm going to be very brief here because I thank you for allowing me to sit in. Honestly, some of the topic areas are a little bit out of my comfort zone, but I really appreciate hearing the discussion. So particularly the TAC portion of the meeting. So thank you to everyone. I want to afford Nate and the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission every opportunity to kind of just tell us what they'd like to talk about here. I think Nate had mentioned earlier, this is one of the topics where he maybe wanted to go through a little bit more of a structured presentation. So I'm, if I have that correct, if not, we can talk about whatever you want, but I'd kind of like to yield back to our guest here and allow the Planning Commission to present, if that's okay.
I do have a very brief couple of slides. I had talked with Paul about ITS being one where we do have, I think, some questions on our end for you that we're looking for feedback on. So if it's okay, Paul, I've got 4 slides. It'll be pretty quick.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I'm just going to share my screen again. I'm not going to go into huge detail here, but a little bit about where we're at with our ITS architecture. So we adopted our ITS architecture in April of 2016. I'm sure you've all read it. It's on our website, or maybe Bob may have read it, or others on the review team. This was the same architecture that was reviewed in our previous review back in December of 2016. We didn't receive any corrective actions or recommendations from that review related to our ITS architecture. But since that review, we have made one amendment to the ITS architecture. And that was not to go too deep into the weeds here, but we amended one of our architecture information flow and interconnect diagrams for traffic signals in the city of Manchester. And that was to make sure that we were enabling the implementation of adaptive signal control technology, a CMAC project for adaptive signal control technology on the Granite Street corridor in the city of Manchester. So as part of that project development process, we amended our ITS architecture for that particular element to make sure that it was reflecting what the vision for adaptive signal control on Granite Street was. But more than that, and this is kind of what we're looking for feedback on from the MPO end, is that myself and Lee and Bob and folks from other MPOs, we all were in a session over at the Concord National Guard building, last year now. And it was a 2-day workshop led by some folks, I think, from the Federal Highway Administration Resource Center. And it was specific to ITS architecture development. And there were some interesting discussion points that kind of came out of that. So we had been, and I think all the MPOs have been operating under the impression that we needed to maintain separate regional ITS architectures for our respective regions. So we have an ITS architecture for the Southern New Hampshire region. The Nashua region, I believe, has their own ITS architecture. And I think Rockingham and Stratford coordinate on a Seacoast ITS architecture. We learned at that meeting, that 2-day workshop, that based on the New Hampshire's conditions, and we're a small state and all of those types of considerations, that really the guidance seemed to be that the statewide ITS architecture could fill the role of the regional ITS architecture, and that the MPOs in this case didn't necessarily need to be maintaining or didn't necessarily have to maintain their own separate ITS architectures. And so I guess the questions that we would pose, you know, as part of this discussion is what is, and what is your expectation, and I say your, both from the federal and from the state level, what is the federal and state expectation for us as the MPO as it relates to separately maintaining our own Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission ITS architecture in the future? Or does it make sense for us, the MPO, to defer to the statewide ITS architecture as our regional architecture, and then have you know, an agreement with New Hampshire DOT where we have a seat on their committee or some sort of arrangement where we can formally represent our region's needs and priorities through their statewide ITS process? You know, in other words, I don't think we have a strong opinion on this either way. It's just, you know, I think we'd like some guidance about what the expectations are with us moving forward. Because I think previously the expectation was that the MPOs were going to separately maintain their own regional ITS architectures. And it seems like that may be changing, or the interpretation may be changing, and we may be able to defer to the statewide ITS architecture. Do you have an opinion on that? I guess you as the review team have an opinion, or you know, want to share what your expectations are for us as it relates to an ITS architecture moving forward. That's really, you know, kind of, I think one of the takeaways or guidance that I'm hoping to get out of this discussion today. And I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Bob, is that something that you can answer?
Yeah, I just for the record, they were not able to attend today, but I did reach out to Susan Clazen and Charlie Blackman from New Hampshire DOT TSMO Bureau. They both unfortunately had conflicts today, so they weren't able to join in. And I don't know if Lee Levine has anything to add from the planning side, but I do remember distinctly, Nate, that conversation that was had. I want to say it was March or April of last year, and I just regard to the specificity of the MPO responsibility, and on the spot right now, I don't have a firm answer for you on that. There is some language within the CFR where it's somewhat ambiguous as to how you define a region, and it's somewhat ambiguous as to how you define regional ITS architecture. To your points earlier about being a small state, you know, largely rural, you know, with a few very concentrated urban areas. I understand the question. I understand the point of, you know, at least asking the question, you know, as to the possibility of linking in with the statewide architecture, particularly as they're going through the revision process now. The kind of the impetus of having that workshop last year, we were trying to help New Hampshire DOT. We knew that they were going to be revising their ITS architecture plan. I think it had been a number of years since their last major update. So the real intent of that course was try to, you know, bring them up to current times, if you will, for lack of a better term. To the best of my knowledge, I have not seen a final architecture plan developed by the state. And just in terms of overall timing, I obviously encourage you to speak to your state partners, you know, especially in the instance where you may have a lot of ITS devices and infrastructure within your region, but a lot of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, is actually being delivered through state projects, whether they're variable message boards on I-93 or 293, certain sort of big ticket items like that, but that still presents you with opportunities where if you have adaptive signal control or a complex coordinated system, whether it's on South Willow Street or within Granite Street proper, where you may have opportunities to sort of feed into that overall larger system. So I'm not trying to deflect your question. I think it's a great question. I just think maybe that's something we might need to chat a little bit more about in-house, Lee. But I would certainly encourage you to speak to your state DOT partners and see if they sort of have the capability to absorb that. Because I'm not certain how they absorb what's the present format. Like I don't know how their system, how their architecture accounts for the Seacoast architecture, or how it accounts for the Nashua architecture. But you ask great questions. I just don't think I've got a firm answer one way or the other right now.
Yeah, and we don't need a firm answer today. I mean, we can continue to have these discussions. One of the reasons is, I think our deadline for giving or providing a draft updated unified planning work program scope to our partners at DOT, I think it's the beginning of February. Lucy can correct me if I'm wrong on that. So, I think we'd like to have some clarity, before that time to understand what we need to include or not include in our next UPWP scope as it relates to an ITS architecture. So it's certainly not an answer that we need to have today by any means. We can continue this discussion over the coming weeks, but that, just give you a sense of kind of, what we don't have a strong opinion either way about it. I think we just want to do what makes the most sense from your perspective and from the state's perspective. And certainly Susan and Charlie in the TSMO Bureau at DOT are great partners to all of us at the regional level. So we can certainly engage them in this conversation as well. And we will, but we don't have a strong opinion about it either way. I think we're just looking for some guidance and a sense of what makes sense from your perspective at both the federal and the state level. So we will definitely loop Susan and Charlie into that discussion.
Nate, I just want to follow up. I'm on that ITS committee, and you're right. We did have a meeting back in March, and then we had that April workshop, which I attended with Bob and several others and stuff. But I haven't been involved. Obviously, COVID happened, and I think there's been a whole lot of other things happening. So I certainly can follow up with Bill or Susan or Charlie as well. So I mean, those are good questions, and I think you've raised those before. So we can follow up and see where we need to go with that, and relative to the UPW as well.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Nate, do you have a set? I'm sorry, go ahead, Sylvia.
Sorry, just to throw my 2 cents in. Sorry. We've seen such good work come out of the, it wasn't necessarily the PFPNH group, but it's sort of an offspring of that, where all the transportation planners from the regional planning commissions got together with state partners. And you just saw a beautiful, excuse me, example of that with the criteria and those beautiful, I guess I'll call them a bulletin. I think something similar could come of working together with state partners, federal partners, but all those RPC professionals that have been working individually, but if they came together and worked on that, I think it would be more effective and a more robust report in the end. So even though Nate says we don't have strong opinions, as always, you can see I do have strong opinions. So, yeah, so that's just a thought that similar group could do a terrific job.
Nate, do you have a sense of the compatibility? How consistent, I mean, that's a bit of a word, the consistency, the architecture within your region and the state are, how consistent they are with one another?
It's hard to say, Paul, because like Bob was saying, I know the state's in the midst of updating their architecture, and I think they're making some significant improvements to it. I don't think there's any areas where we're incongruent with what the state architecture likely will end up being. But I don't know enough about the new or you know, the currently being developed state architecture to advise on it. But I'm not familiar, you know, I'm not aware of any areas where we are at odds with what's in the current state architecture. And I would imagine, you know, part of, I think, what's likely being incorporated into the new architecture are things that are probably a little bit ahead of where our architecture is. And by that, I'm thinking of CAVs, connected and automated vehicle infrastructure. I think there's now a module specific to CAV infrastructure as part of the national ITS architecture. Bob can probably correct me if I'm wrong about that. He knows more about ITS than I do. I have a working familiarity, but it's not necessarily my area of high expertise. But I would imagine that things like that are going to be incorporated into the state architecture, which is probably ahead of where our architecture is at the regional level at this point. So if it was decided, for instance, that we should continue to develop and maintain our own ITS architecture, then we would scope an update of that in our next UPWP. So, you know, that's kind of, we would scope having some consulting assistance to help us with that update as part of our next UPWP document. But if it was decided that we should work through the state's ITS architecture process and perhaps, you know, gain a seat on their committee or whatever to provide a forum for us, you know, advocating for our regional needs in the state level, then we wouldn't need to scope, you know, that in our next UPWP. I guess that's kind of the angle I'm looking at it from, but I don't know enough about the new architecture to be able to advise on it. Bob probably knows more than I do. And in fact, I'm certain Bob knows more than I do. So
I know I'm eagerly anticipating what the state comes up with. I haven't actually seen the finished product yet, but you did mention a good point with the CA and the AV technology perhaps becoming part of that. But yeah, no, these are very good questions, and it's food for thought, and you know, we certainly understand you know, where you're coming from here. But yeah, just in terms of you know, again, going back to the definitions, you know, regional ITS architecture means a regional framework for ensuring institutional agreement and technical integration for the implementation of ITS projects or group of projects. And it seems to a large degree, you're already there. You know, you had mentioned you think you're generally, you know, incongruence with what the state is working towards. So it's more about coming up with that overall compatibility. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to have something, you know, so unique and so out of the box and so advanced, you know, even though you have the largest municipality in the state within your geographic boundaries, it doesn't mean that you have to go above and beyond. It's really about, you know, maintaining those concepts of compatibility and integration. And again, I'm not trying to be too nebulous with that, because I understand those can be kind of vague terms, but it seems in a lot of ways like you're already there. You know, but if the state is really going to sort of lay out the framework for how this is going to look for the next 5 to 10 years or whatever their next plan covers, you know, I think the heavier lift should be on them in that regard. And then if you need to adjust accordingly to make sure that you're either rolled into that, or even if it meant some modifications to your existing plan, you know, I think your state partner should really be the lead on that, and at least defining some of the basic parameters in which they expect that compatibility. So, and again, I don't mean to keep talking around it, but it's a great question, and I think it's obviously something that we can dive into you know, a little deeper, and if it would help you to have us or have me present during some of these discussions, I you know, be happy to try and facilitate or lend any assistance that I could.
Well, we appreciate that, Bob, and yeah, I mean, you know, Susan and Charlie are great partners to us. I'm sure, you know, we'll have, you know, good conversations with them, and you know, we value their guidance in terms of what we should be doing as well at the regional level. So I think that's an appropriate next step, you know, to have a conversation. Maybe Lucy can help facilitate that for us. And we'll see where it goes from there. Like I said, we don't need a, you know, final resolution or anything today. I think talking with Susan and Charlie and getting a handle on where they're at and what they'd like to see from us, you know, makes a lot of sense.
I will certainly follow up. Yep.
So this is Corbin from Federal Highways Office of Planning. So I think you raised an interesting question while y'all were talking. I just did a quick search on the internet to see what other states were doing, and it looks like Minnesota, all the MPOs in Minnesota support the statewide architecture. So MnDOT maintains a statewide architecture, and the MPOs in the state agree to adopt that and work through that process. In looking at that, though, I saw that in Grand Forks, East Grand Forks, the bi-state MPO that straddles Minnesota and North Dakota, you know, they're in 2 states, so they ended up creating their own regional architecture to represent, you know, the needs of their region. So, you know, certainly that's how they're doing it in Minnesota. Certainly there are efficiencies, but also trade-offs when you have that statewide architecture. In terms of being able to customize it for your region. And then in terms of, I don't know how, it doesn't seem, you talked about an amendment. I don't know how often you're making changes to it, but working through another entity might limit your ability to customize it to the way you want. Certainly, I think it's a conversation worth having. And so I would just say Minnesota looks like to be an example to maybe reach out to.
And I'll just say something quickly from the state of Connecticut. We do have a couple of MPOs that do have their own regional architecture, primarily because they're highly urban and have a lot of ITS technologies. They're very interested in being forward thinking and funding and projects. We do have some smaller MPOs. We just had a certification review earlier in the year that do join the state's architecture. But again, it sounds like you have some conversations to be had. I have to sneak to another meeting, so I wanted to thank you for letting Connecticut kind of audit your process. Clearly, you have a few best practices that I can take back to our MPOs, but stay safe, and thank you very much for letting me join your meeting today. Take care.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thanks very much, Jennifer. Take care. Appreciate you being here.
All right. Sounds like we've got some follow-up in that area. That's okay. Next topic up is congestion management process, and followed by modeling. I will say that Tuesday, some of us were on a similar meeting to today, and we covered the CMP and modeling in detail. Was some very good conversation, and we kept it on today's agenda more to continue some of that conversation, and also I think Eric in the modeling area is going to kind of give an overview of the discussion and what came of that. Corbin, you were going to lead us in CMP. Do you want to take that away?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I don't have much to add. I'll just to kind of summarize what we talked about. Well, I appreciated being a part of the TAC committee today, and saw that y'all decided to kind of extend the public hearing till December to incorporate our feedback. I have my feedback typed up. I'm going to send it to Paul after our session this afternoon, and so we can get that into your hands, and other members of the review team might want to have some things to add. So what we talked about on Tuesday, I have it typed up so that you can go through that. There was some conversation or questions about kind of noteworthy practices. So I went through and put together a short list of noteworthy practices. Certainly, I believe your region's under 300,000 in population. Is that inaccurate? So, you know, a lot of our good examples are larger regions. You know, the Cadillac version we like to point to is DVRPC in Philadelphia. And there's some smaller ones, actually. Connecticut, the Capital Region Council of Governments is one that they're using NPM RDS data. I think you might find that interesting. And so we've gone through a short list, and so some are bigger. One that's smaller actually is your neighbor, Nashua. And I think what we really like about them is how they do their corridor reporting. And so I think we talked about kind of some ways to beef up your corridor profiles with a kind of a data dashboard approach. And so I think Nashua has an interesting approach to how they do that. So that'll be part of the comments I send you. And then also there was a question about, like, are other MPOs doing thresholds for travel time index? So different thresholds for different parts of their system. And from what I saw, it's not very common. There were a few that I saw that are doing that. The Mid-America Regional Council in Kansas City, for TTI, they had different thresholds for highways and arterials. The thresholds for arterials are a little bit higher than for their highways, it looked like. In Madison, Wisconsin, they also appeared to be setting different travel time index thresholds for freeways and arterials. And then that's all I found for the TTI, but then also for planning time index, another travel time index related measure. The North Front Range MPO in Fort Collins, Colorado, is setting different thresholds, where at one point they did, it was a previous maybe iteration of the CMP they did, and they may have dropped it for the most recent update, but they were setting different thresholds for the interstate system versus the non-interstate NHS. So the idea of different thresholds for different parts of your system, it doesn't seem to be a common practice. And so I found a Sharp 2 product that talks about incorporating reliability into the planning and programming processes. And it kind of talks about thresholds and when you might want to consider that type of thing. So I don't know if it's applicable to your area, but have some follow-up on that as well. So for this, I mean, I'm happy to answer any more questions. I also want to point out that we invited Brian Gardner, who's the team leader for the systems planning and analysis team from my office and headquarters, to help answer any questions you had about data collection or traffic counting, or I know we talked a little about streetlight data and household travel surveys. That's all in Brian's wheelhouse, and he's happy to help provide any help that he can or ideas. I don't think we're at the point where we have formal guidance that's been blessed by our Office of the Chief Counsel in terms of things happening past March 2020, but we can certainly talk through things if that's something that y'all want to do for this next session. Brian, did I describe that accurately?
Sure, that's fine. And I was just gonna follow Eric's lead in the course of the travel forecasting discussion. I think there's some good stuff going on here. Again, for a modest sized TMA. I'm really interested to hear sort of where your pain points are with respect to the near term issues with pandemic response, and what your principal concerns are given your area with respect to the long-term forecasting. So it's, again, we could sort of make some general kinds of statements, but I'm more interested to hear sort of the way you describe them, just so we could sort of capture any nuances that might be unique to what's going on in your area. So I'll kick it back to Corbin, Eric, and Paul with respect to where we go next.
Sure. Yeah. Greg, are you still? I see you're still on the call. Are you available to chat, Greg?
Yep, I'm here.
So Greg is our colleague at the Nashua MPO, and runs into a lot of the same and similar issues that we have. So we talked about this on Tuesday, but since Corbin just mentioned it as one of the items that I guess you could say is kind of a pinch point for us, and we're trying to figure out a path forward on it. And Greg can add context to this as well, is that one of the recommendations that we received in our previous review related to our model was, hey, why don't you think about, it's probably time to start thinking about a household travel survey update. Your household travel survey is getting a little long in the tooth, and we've talked with Greg Lantos is probably of all the MPOs, probably the biggest modeling expert of any of us within the MPOs in New Hampshire. We have talked about, it doesn't make it's not financially feasible for us, even the 4 MPOs, to pool money together, pool our funding together to commission a new household travel survey. It's just, we don't get a lot of PL funding here in New Hampshire. It's split between 4 different MPOs, and we have lots of as we've talked about over the course of the day, lots of other requirements to meet. And so it doesn't seem to be financially feasible for us to pool funds, even pooling funds, to do a household travel survey. So our attention then turns to, what can we do to help meet what a household travel survey would provide to us at a lower cost that we can potentially afford by pooling funds together. And Greg Lantos really did a great job in looking and organizing some interviews with third-party data providers, Teralytics being kind of the one that seems to be rising to the top of the list. Our concept here is potentially to pool funds between the 4 MPOs and purchase a probe data set, or access to a probe data set from a private provider like Teralytics, that could help us do some of the key aspects that we would, help us do some of the key things that a household travel survey would give to us. And so, I guess first I ask Greg to offer any context he has from his perspective about this, because he's really been a great organizer in this, but also just to hear your feedback, Brian, in terms of, what do you think of that as a concept, is a lower cost alternative to commissioning a separate household travel survey. The idea of purchasing access to a data set from a vendor like a Teralytics to help do and yield some insight into what we would get from a household travel survey. I guess that's kind of the question we're grappling with, and as we're scoping our next unified planning work program, we're trying to get a handle, between the 4 MPOs as to whether it makes sense for us to pool funds and purchase that data set from the Teralytics type of vendor. So I'd be really interested in hearing what your feedback is about that, and if you have any thoughts or about how other MPOs are dealing with similar situations. Greg, do you have anything to add?
Okay, well, sure. So it's sort of a cost-effective approach that we're looking at here. The household travel survey, properly done, should give you all the data you need to construct a new model. It's going to give you trip generation data by trip purpose. It's going to give you the demographics. It's going to give you origin destination data by trip purpose. Essentially, what the probe data would provide mostly is origin destination data. To a lesser extent, it could be used to develop trip generation data out of zones, I would think, as long as there's consistent activity going on. But the trip purpose data really is limited to inferring of home-based work trips and all other trips. And I think that would be good enough. So we'd have home base and trips and mostly home base other. Yes, there are some non-home based trips that go on in our region. Those are a relatively minor portion of the total traffic. And then if you want to segment home based other trips into shopping, personal business, medical, you can do that, but it's really not that important for model development. So this is something that would really be able to give us good origin destination data, and we could segment it down to work and non-work trips. Now, I wanted to emphasize, and I have done so with the other MPOs, it's the cost of data acquisition, which would be somewhere between 36,000 and 45,000, depending on the size of the area we want to purchase, is insignificant. It takes a real commitment by staffs to work with this data. I spent over 18 years in model development down in Boston, and they certainly put too much into the model development, I think, and we put far too little. But it is a significant amount of time that at least one staff person per agency is going to have to expend. So it's a matter of looking at priorities of the agency. Is this something you really want to commit to? Because you will have to put in the time.
Is this, I mean, this is something of a research project in some ways. Is there any way that SPR funds might be maybe share part of this with the state? Is that an option?
We would defer to Lucy on that, but my understanding is their SPR program is pretty committed. But.
Okay.
Well, Nate, from what I heard at the last executive directors meeting, when Bill Watson, was talking, that there might be additional funds available to the agencies if there were a compelling reason. Am I hearing this correctly?
I would defer to Lucy on that. I don't know what their thinking is with their next SPR program.
Yeah, I will get back with you on that as well. I'm not as up to date on that issue as maybe I should be, but I can follow up with Bill as well.
Yeah, and I guess the reason I'm asking is, I mean, I was excited to hear that you were looking at either had or looking at the streetlight or Teralytics data, because that would be one way to work through some of the near-term issues with the pandemic impacts on travel, because that would give you some insight into diurnal travel of people over the course of the day, where they're going to work, and if they're staying at home, how they're moving around their home location. So really, you're just using the telecommuting substitution for travel, but still the midday trips and trip making would still be happening, but it would be happening somewhere else other than your employment districts. But using location-based survey, location-based data, and other trace data, it really depends on the kinds of things that, if you're looking at Teralytics, would make available. I would want to work more with tours, just really to make sure the directionality in that space-time, conservation of mass kinds of things don't get too out of whack. That would also give you some insights with your non-home based travel. But if Teralytics could give you tours, that would probably go a long way to setting up a nice, let's say, alternative to the way you're currently attributing travel. The other thing that an approach for looking at this, given that it's a new data product that you're relying on the location-based data can change over time because of the way that like Cubic and others are gathering that and pulling the information or shifting identifiers over time. That data isn't static, so it can vary over time just from the kinds of different methodologies that the underlying providers are putting together. So you could do a lot with just baselining, updating the baseline, maybe with census and some other things. maybe pulling in the Teralytics or streetlight data, depending on which one you go with, sort of in parallel with that. But I would want to I would suggest maybe doing a test specification in parallel, and you could maybe contract out that piece just to see what it would take. Because I agree, it will be a lot of detective work to go in and look at the data, to look at where the problems are, to do any kinds of alignments that you would need to do with other observations that you're going to be validating this against, like your count data. So I think going forward, there's a lot of promise there if you get the ask right of the data providers. And again, I think tours would be very useful. But there's a lot of risk there jumping into this right away, particularly if you're talking about a big expense in what's probably very, very scarce staff resources. So if you've got some good university partners close by, that you could probably get some of this data cleaning, data examination, model estimation done, at least initially to prototype it. You might be able to pull that off a prototype test soon, sooner rather than later, maybe at a lower cost. That could really give you some insights with respect to what's the right ask of the data providers, and if you move ahead with this, what are the things that you need to guard against?
I've got a question for Brian.
Yeah.
So you talked about getting tour-based data. Are you suggesting we should be developing an activity-based model?
No, activity-based models and tour models are different, and you could estimate a trip-based model off of tour data. What the tour data is going to give you is it's going to be that what the relationships of trips are over time for a particular traveler, and they're going to change the traveler IDs, but over that half day or however long that tour took, the traveler IDs aren't going to change. But you'll at least get the directionality and the origin location reasonably correct for that circuit of trips. I mean, you can treat the data however you want, and do your non-home based trips off those mid intervals, or you could do a tour estimation, particularly for your work trips, depending on sort of what you saw in that. But if you only ask for the trip ends, you're not going to have that insight with respect to who's making the travel, and is this a new trip or is this an intermediate trip that's linked. So that's if they could make it available and it's not any additional cost, that additional insight would probably make it easier to calibrate the model on the back end.
Yeah, I think the idea was that they would use a decision rule for determining whether a trip had ended or not, or is just an intermediate trip. You're stopping off, getting your coffee, filling the gas, and then moving on. But those are things that would be decided later on.
Sure.
So I think the data would be very useful. There's a lot you talk about. We could get this estimated fairly quickly. There's a lot of work that has to be done by the agencies. We have 3 different models and 2 different softwares. Our traffic zone system years ago was broken down to a very fine level because the person in charge at that time thought he could model intersection turning movements off of it. So we know that we have to aggregate a lot of our zones because we want a consistent zonal system, same amount of population employment, pretty much, uniform across the regions. We all have different input sets. We have a very intricate breakdown of employment, and our trip distribution is actually based on matching employment types to work types. Good theoretically, I don't know if it works really. In reality, we probably would want to go with something much more simpler, which is actually what we did at CTPS in Boston. But we have to decide on common data sets, and there's a lot of work to be done integrating our networks and so forth. So it's something that's going to take probably 3 years, I think, to begin and be able to finish a model that would even be ready for calibration at that point.
I agree with that. I guess my point on just doing sort of that initial prototyping would be that you could rough it out just to see if where the warts are, with the and the problems would be with the data that you would get from Teralytics or Streetlight. So it's more of a prototyping approach with a new data set that it would be picking up, let's say, something that's a bit more familiar with the survey data. That was the point. Is I'm not sure you would want to jump into the model design estimation with both feet without, let's say, just doing some, just some initial model design, initial model building or testing, just to see where the problems were, because you might not see that, or if you had somebody that was really good with classification trees, you could probably do a lot of that with some machine learning approaches. But I think for the kinds of applications you're looking at, you might want to prototype it with the just before you jump into, let's say, the full blown high level of calibration, high level of validation effort. So that's where partnering with somebody with more available labor resources at a lower rate, but with good analytic chops, might be an option for you. So, particularly if you've got SPR funds available. But if if that's not an option and you have to go with staff resources, then you'll have to sort of set up the work plan accordingly.
That's really helpful context. I made quite a few notes during when you were talking. So I think it's something that we'll Greg and I can bring back to I've mentioned it a few times over the course of the day, our Partnering for Performance group of MPOs. We talk a lot in that group about performance measures and performance-based planning, but we also use it as a forum to talk about other MPO related issues and coordinate on our models. So I think we need to make sure before we investigate it too much farther, we want to make sure our colleagues at the other two MPOs, our Rockingham and Stratford are on board with the concept of at least investigating whether this makes sense. So we have a little bit more discussion to do, but I think it's helpful to know kind of what to look out for and what to be thinking about as we have those discussions.
That was very helpful. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Corbin, and thank you, Brian. I don't know about what you folks are seeing. I'm starting to see some things on my screen that says the internet connection is unstable. So some of you aren't moving at all. I'm sure that you're not asleep. I'm sure that just means my screen's freezing up a little bit here and there. Well, one of the last topics that we have on our agenda anyways is modeling, and Eric has agreed to come back and talk with us a little bit about some of the discussion points that came up on Tuesday. And if you'd like to bring us through those points, Eric, it would be very helpful. Thank you.
Sure, Paul. Can you hear me okay? I'm on the phone line.
Yep.
Excellent. Had some problems with the audio connection last time, so hopefully that will remain intact. So, Brian walked us through a number of things to look out for with respect to data, and so that accomplishes one of the focus areas for, I think, this part of the agenda. But I did want to kind of walk through some of the highlights that were presented through an excellent presentation that we had the opportunity to listen to on Tuesday, that walked through a number of improvements that were directed at addressing things that came up in the last review. And I've been fortunate enough to have participated on at least 2 reviews over the years. So it's been fun to kind of see the progress that's been made and how the last survey, home interview survey, was used in 2007 to update the model. So I have that background, which was helpful for kind of coming into this review. But I think it's important as we think about some of the priority areas to look at for models, is to really think about how they're applied to support specific applications. So models provide important information and insights for CMPs and potentially for TAMPs, getting volume projections that could be useful for asset management, modal and performance-based plans. So as I was reviewing and listening to discussion on Tuesday, I was sort of thinking through some of those connection points. So I think it maybe be good to start with just an update on some of the things that have been accomplished since the last review, 2016. So there's been a considerable effort to update the network files and to go through a process that we often call geo-rectification. So moving from a stick network to one that is more consistent with what we would see on the ground, which I think is a huge undertaking, and will give you a much more accurate representation of distances, which you see relevant to all of the model components. So I think that's very commendable. A lot of work had gone into looking at some of the external to external markets using updated count data and bringing the model up to a 2015 baseline that matched pretty well with your internal to internal flows, as well as some of the IX, XI, and XX movements. And some of the initial calibration results looks promising, a good match with HPMS in 2015, and a pretty robust count set for a region of your size with over 1,400 count locations. There's one comment, and this came out of, Brian mentioned this morning, in looking at the assignment process, one measure that's often helpful for comparing estimated and observed predictions of the model is to look at the root mean square error. And so that's something we could, if that's worthy of a conversation with the consultant team at some point, we'd be happy to have that conversation. But I recall seeing straight percentages there in the model calibration report. Other than that, I think everything seemed to show really good agreement with observed data. I identified the benefits of having sort of the regional coordination, moving towards perhaps a consolidated model. I think over the years, we always talked about getting efficiencies in data collection, finding ways to better connect the models and reconcile the predictions at the external locations. So that can be a challenge where you have where you're intersecting boundaries with other regions. I think that could be certainly a focus area in terms of an issue that Partnering for Performance Work Group could maybe take a look at. So how do you make sure that all of those external gateways are aligned and you're having sort of reasonable agreements in terms of the forecast flows going across those boundaries? Could be, again, a topic to consider. I think that the topic of mode choice and at what point would having some sort of mode prediction be beneficial? Having a catalyst that would say that could prompt including a mode share calculation. I think that looking at the CMP, and there's a connection there in terms of some of the measures that would be nice to be able to forecast. I think transit shares could be potentially a useful measure. So as the CMP evolves and becomes more multimodally focused, there could be a point where it could be helpful to have mode share in there. I think oftentimes we look at the aggregate mode share as a determination of whether it makes sense to include mode choice. But I think any sort of policy directive that's focused on enhancing or increasing transit service obviously would prompt maybe that. And based on our conversation, it sounded like those investment levels were not expected to, I guess, increase too much in the future. So again, thinking about, the performance measures that you think will be important for CMP, for project selection, could be important to consider as well. I think in our discussion on Tuesday as well, we talked about some resources that can be helpful for making model outputs more useful for decision making. So there's a guidebook that came out on using HCM, using the highway capacity manual to get sort of ballpark estimates of travel time reliability. So that companion document, I believe this came out with a 2010 HCM, and it continues to be updated over time as well, but could infer a travel time index from volume capacity ratios and other attributes of the network. So if you're interested in using outputs of the models to extrapolate what the reliability benefits could be, that's essentially a useful resource. Another topic that came up today, seeing one of the earlier sessions on understanding the stress of bicycle riders in traffic. So how would you convey maybe the level of service experienced by cyclists? And that's another area where there's been some work with a highway capacity manual to focus on multimodal level of service. So there are some equations that you can use that take speeds and volumes, and you're able to sort of estimate what the perceived level of service would be for non-motorized system users. So my team has done some training on that topic in the past, and we have some materials we can share if you're interested in figuring out how to maybe address bicycle level service. And one other topic came up in the 2016 review was related to visualization of model outputs. And, in making model results understandable, using them to convey information effectively to both internal and external audiences. And in the long-range plan, there are a number of useful graphics that show the inventory of roadway and transit facilities. I believe there's also a graph that shows where you have highway system deficiencies or roadway deficiencies in 2010. So I think those are all really a good, begin to establish a foundation for having kind of the visualization of your network supply. But I also think there could be opportunities to further exploit some of the information in the model. And if you're able to extract, for example, an accessibility contour using your trip tables and your impedance matrices, it's pretty easy to, or pretty straightforward to produce accessibility maps. Given your efforts to develop your GIS resources, it could be something to think about with your next plan update. Maybe, I don't know if that's planned or if it would be too late to include more sort of visualizations like that. I also think that relates to, I believe accessibility is one of the project selection criteria that's used that gets a fairly healthy score, or at least weighting score. And then maybe having more traditional measures of delay and level of service as well to complement the travel time index corridor level scans in your CMP. I think it could be helpful to have some measures that you would have maybe side by side with the reliability measure to kind of explain what's happening. I think, and this is more of a observation in larger metro areas, you can have reliably congested conditions where maybe there's not as much variation between peak and off-peak travel. So you would see less about, or get less insight about how much delay is occurring, and having a mode choice model, you'd be able to determine delay by mode. But in a minimum, getting a little bit more information about the level of delay by segment. And then you could potentially weight that by the number of vehicles that experience the delay. A lot of different ways to potentially communicate that information. Just want to make sure I hit on some of the high points. I think we got into a little more detail on Tuesday, and was happy to see the great support you guys are getting from VHB. Seem to have a lot of experience as well. Again, just looking through my notes here, those are some of the high points. And the data issues and coordination seem to be very much connected. So very excited about the partnership that's in place, and that's really an excellent forum to vet some of these ideas. It sounds like the exploration of location-based service data could be a topic and to include on your agenda item for your next meeting. And again, on the topic of mode choice, I think I shared a couple of resources that outline various sketch planning methods that could be used in lieu of network-based mode choice models. And so those could maybe help you at least get aggregate sort of estimates of how mode share would change as a result of frequency changes. So if there are anything you're doing from a service planning perspective that's a shift from what you're doing now, the TBEST model in Florida, and we heard a little bit about, or at least in the chat pod, saw a link Leah provided to the STOPS model that FTA supports. So there are some tools out there that could fill the gap if no choice emerges as a potentially interesting topic to you all. I'll stop there. I think those covers most of what we went over, and see if there are any questions. We have Brian and Corbin here as well. So, and Greg, I really appreciate your insights on kind of how the probe data could help meet your needs for modeling. I wanted to mention there's an NCHRP synthesis report that's coming out in the spring that will identify lessons learned from agencies that have used location-based service GIS probe data. So I don't know the exact date, but I can send that out just email once that gets distributed. So that could be something you may want to take a look at. But, I'll stop there. Are there any questions, or
do you have any
you all want to talk?
Just one quick one, Eric. Do you possibly have any notable examples or good examples of the accessibility contour maps and how those have been, examples from a different MPO perhaps of how they've used accessibility contour maps? That seems really interesting. I circled that when I was scribbling my notes as you were talking, and I think that's something that we want to do some homework about for sure. But I think even more generally, I mentioned this to Paul the other day, just on a different conversation in between. But we were even talking about it internally here at lunchtime. The level of comments and thoughtfulness of the comments that both you, Eric, and Corbin have provided to us over the last couple of days, we really value that, and we just appreciate the level of review that you've given and good suggestions that you've given us. We take it seriously, and we're going to do, as you saw today at the TAC, we're going to already start with incorporating some of these CMP recommendations. So I just want you guys to know that we really appreciate the time and the level of effort that you put into preparing the comments that you have on our model and CMP respectively. So I just want you to know that we really appreciate that.
Thank you for saying that. We did get a lot of good comments. I think you're right. And I think that's one of the reasons why when we do a review like this, we like to reach out to, the division likes to reach out to subject matter experts like the folks we've got with us today. So thank you, Eric, Brian, and Corbin for doing just that. Even in the division, we have people who are focused on certain areas, and we have a lot of support coming into these meetings usually, and that's a good thing. I know when I was doing these as a division planner years and years ago, oftentimes it was one, maybe two planners from the office and sitting in front of the MPO or the TAC, and you tried to be everybody and a resource for all of the areas, and that's hard to do. So we're fortunate in being able to reach out to people that have more experience in those particular areas than just one person trying to cover it all. So that's really helpful to these reviews. Well, we've covered a lot today, and before we move
Hey,
away,
Paul, one thing real quick.
Yeah.
Well, first, thanks for the feedback, Nate. Glad to help. I don't know if you were in a webinar yesterday. AASHTO and Federal Highway hosted a webinar on accessibility performance measures. Minnesota DOT participated, Florida DOT, and Massachusetts DOT. They talked a lot about what their state DOTs are doing, but also some pooled fund studies and CHRP projects. But University of Minnesota is really big on those accessibility maps from a transit, automobile. I don't know if they're doing bike accessibility. But Eric, were you on that webinar yesterday?
Yeah, and I downloaded the slide deck. I can share that. I can send that out as an attachment to everyone if you'd like to take a look. Thanks for mentioning that. So yeah, excellent resource.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of MPOs off the top of my head that are doing that. I don't have any to give you now, but I'll look into it and we can follow up.
Yeah, we do have an example from Raleigh, Durham. They've really used accessibility contours consistently in there for the long range plan. So I can share an example of what kind of their build, no build accessibility contours look like. Doesn't go as much into the mechanics of how they created them, but more, we'll just show kind of how it corresponds with their zone.
And who's using that?
It's the Raleigh Durham MPO. I forget the official name of Triangle. I guess I know it's Triangle Transit. I forget the name of that NPO.
It used to be Capillary NPO, but they may have changed.
Yeah. So I'll include both in an email to everyone this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Well, do we have any more questions in this area? Before we decided at lunch that we really didn't cover fiscal constraint, and we'd like to go back and touch on that. But before we do, are there any more questions in this area that we should touch on before we move on? Okay. Well, again, Brian, Corbin, Eric, thank you, and Bob as well. Thank you for bringing what you brought to this topic. It's been very helpful, and I know we have some follow-up, and that'll happen. One of the things that we got a little bit off topic, maybe that's not the right way to say it. We covered project selection and programming process, and I sort of had a linear thought in mind that we'd cover MTP, TIP, and performance-based planning and programming. And it's really hard to think of that linearly, really. When you think of performance-based planning and programming, that touches lots of documents, it touches a lot of processes, and we had a very good discussion. One of the things that we really didn't do is talk about the plan and the TIP with financial constraint in mind. And I took a look at the plan and financial constraint, and I was pretty happy with what I saw. I did notice when I looked, let's see, I think I kept that. No, that's gone. All right. Wait a minute. There it is. I was looking at a particular table that, I'm sorry, I don't have it up. I thought I did. I was looking at the table that, Nate, I'm sure this will be familiar to you. It had the TIP years, had the 10-year plan years, and then the MTP, the remainder of the MTP years. And One thing I noticed was in the first 10 years, there were 4 or 5 years that had more than $20 million that were not programmed. I thought that the tip years were programmed very well, and I shouldn't say programmed, but at least planned to use the funding that was projected to be available in those years. The tip years, they programmed, those projects were programmed very well. There wasn't a large balance of unprogrammed funding in the tip years. And this was obviously the MTP that's out there now. So that's going to be updated. So I was wondering, in that update, that's a table that's probably already taken shape for you in some form. And I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the balance that you may have a chance to look at and see what are we looking at there for. Are we looking at big balances again that haven't been planned for, or have you been able to account for a lot of that funding? And that may go to the past where you were asking for a little bit more guidance as an MPO to develop cost estimates, the planning level cost estimates for projects. So that may, feed into those balances that we saw. Can you touch on that?
Yeah, sure, Paul. So the way that chart that you see, I guess there's a few different things at play here. That the chart that you see in the MTP that breaks out the tip years and then 10 years and then what we call the out years of the MTP, years 11 plus. So we tied the first 4 years of that chart to our tip, obviously. The next 6 years of that chart are tied to the 10-year plan. So and then years 11 and beyond are the out years of our MTP. So it kind of goes back to that chart that I showed Tuesday with the CMP, where things flow from the MTP, but we have this state requirement in New Hampshire for the 10-year plan, and then the first 4 years of the 10-year plan are our tip. So when we're tying that chart out, we're tying years 5 through 10 to what's programmed in the 10-year plan. And it happened to be that in that chart, the balances that you saw in the final years of the 10-year plan happened to tie to what was programmed in the region for those years. And there was a big difference between fiscal 21 and fiscal 22 with the end of the I-93 construction project and the remainder of that basically becoming debt service from there, where the construction ends in fiscal 21. That was a significant portion of the overall 10-year outlook for federal expenditures within the southern New Hampshire region. That is a dynamic that doesn't exist for our next MTP because we're already starting at fiscal 21. So you won't see that significant cliff of the I-93 funding in that table. But I think the bigger picture here is the programming of projects in the out years of our TIP, our MTP, I'm talking about years 11 and beyond, also had some over programming in that chart, or under programming in that chart. So we're aware of that under programming. We're using our model in CMP as well as outreach to our communities to make sure that our MTP doesn't have that same level of our next MTP doesn't have that same level of under programming in the out years. So it is something that we're conscious of, and we're trying to reduce the level of under programming. I don't think the level of under programming in the out years of the TIP was necessarily just something that was, in the southern New Hampshire region. I think other MPOs also dealt with the same dynamic in their fiscal constraint analyses. I think I'd also note that there has been a real effort to coordinate between the 4 MPOs in terms of how we are going to quantify and present fiscal constraint in our respective MTPs in the future. And we owe Greg Lantos a debt of gratitude for the good work that he has done in helping to lead that effort. He's developed a new fiscal constraint spreadsheet that all of the MPOs basically are intending to adapt and utilize. I think the MPOs, all four of us now are on the same page with different inflation assumptions for the out years of our MTP. So there'll be some apples to apples comparisons between how the four different MPOs make those types of assumptions in their metropolitan transportation plans. So I think we've come a long way since 2016 on that front as well. So I think, I guess in summary, the I-93 project coming to a conclusion at the end of fiscal year 2021 did impact or does impact and will impact significantly the amount of funding that's programmed in this region in the 10-year plan. But at the same time, we won't have those additional I-93 related revenues in the fiscal constraint side either. So we are aware of the under programming in the MTP. We're working to make sure that the next MTP, it doesn't have that same level of under programming. But we do constrain our fiscal constraint to the 4 years of the TIP and then the 10 years of the 10-year plan and then the out years of the MTP. So those are three kind of striations that we constrain to within the overall fiscal constraint analysis that's presented in the MTP. I know that's a lot of content, but hopefully you followed along. And
well, no, I think generally you answered my question. Is that table prepared yet?
We're working on it. It's in progress right now.
Do you have a sense of when you may be willing to share that, understanding that right now it's in draft form?
I think we're probably 2 to 3 weeks away.
All right. I guess I'm going to ask if you could share that at least with me, and I'd like to take a peek at that.
Sure.
Again, understanding it's draft, but probably a lot of that information isn't going to change very much. So, yeah, if you could share that with me, that would be great.
Yeah, I think we're looking at probably the end of the first week of December, beginning of the second week of December. That's one of the final components of our MTP. So,
yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
One thing, Paul, if I could, I was looking at the fiscal constraint analysis that was in the TIP, and I thought it was a good job there, including the I-93 allocable debt service to the region. And I wondered, because you mentioned I-93 is wrapping up, but of course the Garvey debt service payments will live on for many years. But it looks like you're considering that, and you've somehow figured out how to allocate a portion of that debt service to the region. I just wondered, how did you determine that? That's really interesting.
Yeah, we utilize the DOT's current prevailing financial model for the I-93 project for that component of the fiscal constraint analysis. So typically, I think Rockingham does the same thing for their portion of the I-93 corridor as well. But we use they have DOT maintains a financial model for the I-93 project, and we mine that for those figures.
So you made some kind of split between yourselves and Rockingham based on lane miles, or you know what was used to determine that?
The only thing that we don't, so there's one project in the exit 1 area that we don't include that's entirely outside of the Southern New Hampshire planning. One of the sub projects of the I-93, there are lots of projects that comprise the I-93 project, as you know. One of those sub projects is an exit 1 specific project that's in the town of Salem in the Rockingham region. We don't carry that project in our TIP. We don't carry that project in our long range plan, but we carry, I think, every other I-93 project. That one is entirely outside of our region. So that's the only one that we don't carry.
Okay, so it sounds like it's based on actual projects within the region, you know, which ones are in Rockingham versus which ones are in yours.
Yep, that's how we do it.
So how is that debt service being flowed out over the years?
So there's the DOT maintains a bond model for that debt service. And basically Most of it's Garvey bonded. I think it's Garvey bonded out to what, 2030? I'd have to look at my,
Something like that.
something like that. I have to look at the most current data, but yeah, there's debt service out to 2030. And the debt service is tied to different specific projects that occurred along the I-93 corridor. So there's a specific debt service project for exit 3. There's a specific debt service project for exit 4. There's, the different elements that comprise the overall I-93 project have their own debt service projects associated with them as well. And that's how we track and report those in our plan.
I'm sure it's a lot more in depth than that, but thank you for keeping it light.
It is pretty in depth. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
There's I think, more than a dozen debt service projects related to the I-93. Yeah.
Yeah, the Big Dig had the same thing going on too in Boston. So, all right. Any questions from our federal review team?
I have a couple of questions on things that we didn't cover earlier. But I will yield to the members of the review team. But I would like to cover a couple of the annual list of obligated projects and environmental mitigation component.
Environmental mitigation is something I was going to ask anyway. Before we left this topic, I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't someone else on our team who had a question to ask or some clarification to ask for. And if there isn't, I'll bring up the environmental mitigation issue. That we really didn't talk very much about that, but that was a supplement that you provided to us, a chapter that we're going to expect in the new MTP. Thank you for giving us an advanced copy of that. And then as I was reading through it, one of the things that struck me was environmental mitigation strategies were there, but locations where that may take place was not. And you and I had a conversation about this, and you showed me, actually you sent me the map that you plan on having in the new MTP that shows those areas. Do you have that to share? Because I thought that was a really nice, well done map. I thought that really sort of finished off what I was looking for in that chapter.
You want me to pull it up and share my screen?
If you could, just briefly.
Yep.
Just to give the team a sense of what else to expect. I mean, we've all had an opportunity to look at it, and this wasn't part of it, just I think because it wasn't done. And if it's gonna be a pain, don't worry too much about it.
Let me see. I'm tracking it down. Bear with me for a second. It's in a GIS drive on our server rather than the normal drive, but I will. I'm working on it.
Well, while we're waiting, I'll just say that I did put a little bit of a note there for Nate on my read of the new documentation. So you can take a look at that when you get a chance. And one of the things I mentioned was maybe expanding what's in there now with some mapping of the potential areas to carry out mitigation. So sounds like we're right on target with that, with what we're about to see.
Can you see the screen?
There it is.
Okay, yeah. So what we've done with this map, and this is intended to be a companion map to that section on environmental mitigation, to the text that you all saw and received. This is a map that maps some of the key environmental resources within our region. So we've got this National and State Register of Historic Places, wetlands, floodplains, outstanding resource waters, areas under conservation management, and highest ranked wildlife habitats. So some of those key environmental resources that we highlight within that chapter text are mapped here. And then we overlay on top of that MTP project locations. And at least at a system level, it gives you an idea. We're going to refine this map and hopefully make it a little bit more clear, but this is where we think we're headed with this. We've overlaid the MTP projects on here on top of those environmental resources to show where there may be potential impacts, and then those potential impacts then tie back to the mitigation strategies that are detailed in the text of the chapter that we sent along a couple of weeks ago. So this is, how we would envision kind of highlighting, at least at a system level. I know it doesn't have to be at a project level, but at least as a system level, we'll make some final, refinements, but this is how we would propose to illustrate where those potential, impacts are by a map like this that overlays MTP projects on top of the environmental resources. At least at a system level, it shows where potential impacts could be.
I thought that was a well done map as it is. I really appreciated that. That was nicely done.
Lee, do you have any thoughts about this? Is there anything else you think we should include on this map to meet the intent that you were looking at?
No, not necessarily. And as I mentioned, you don't have to have project specific, mitigation in detail. It's just looking, the requirement just speaks to trying to identify locations where there are resources that might be available for environmental mitigation. So I think what you have here makes a lot of sense, wetlands and areas under conservation management that could be preserved or expanded as part of mitigation for projects. And I know, like you mentioned, I think in that draft documentation, you don't have a lot of projects that have a lot of high impacts to resources in the region. And in fact, you have projects that are actually helping with certain resources, including air quality and so forth. So, no, I think a sort of a system level or area-wide approach to providing some information mapping about where these resources are located is very appropriate, for you guys. And I like it too. It looks good.
Now this was, I thought, important. This was was this a corrective action or a recommendation? I'm forgetting now, but this was picked up when the last during the last review. So I thought this was an important chapter to be developed, and then was developed well. So that's one of the reasons this was on my list of areas to ask about. You mentioned another area though, environmental mitigation, and what else was it that you wanted to bring up?
I wanted to just hear, it wasn't on the agenda or anything, but there was a corrective action related to it last time. And I just wanted to make sure, that we covered it today. And that's our annual list of obligated projects. I think we did send along our most current annual list of obligated projects. I wanted to make sure that the review team had an opportunity to look at that. I assume you all did prior to the meeting, and just to hear if you had any thoughts or suggestions or comments to the way that the projects are laid out in our annual list of obligated projects. And I ask this because it's kind of timely, because we're about to start preparing this year's annual list of obligated projects. So if you had any suggestions or anything, I think we're in compliance and meeting all the the intents of the regulations, but we're certainly happy to try to incorporate any comments or suggestions you may have about that.
Thanks for flagging that, Nate. I think.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I think 4 years ago, as I recall, that was my first planning review in New Hampshire, and I think that was maybe the first time had discussed, inclusion of transit projects on this listing. So I think everyone, has worked together well, and, just looking, didn't do a project to project check of your listing from last year, but it looks like you're including what's in there. And I want to acknowledge the state's efforts to also provide, the 5310 and other information when you're providing the highway projects as well. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think that was what the corrective action was, ensuring that the transit projects are also provided with that annual list, and not just the federal highway projects. And so as long as you've done that, you've responded to that corrective action. And I think during the last interagency meeting, I think I provided a reminder for everybody to make sure they remember to include transit as well as non-motorized projects when they publish those lists, and to make sure that they web post them. And so, yeah, I think the MPO responded to that. In fact, I think you took care of that shortly after the.
Yeah, we took care of it immediately. Just wanted to make sure that we covered that because it was a corrective action last time, but we hadn't mentioned it to this point in the review so far.
Right.
That's one reason I didn't bring it up, because we felt that was satisfied. But thank you. Well, this brings us right to the end of our day. Are there any last minute thoughts anyone on the federal review team would like to share?
Just quickly back to environmental mitigation, that topic. I did also include in my note the suggestion to run your draft through NHDOT's natural and cultural resource committees. The first generation of long-range plans in New Hampshire to meet that requirement, I believe that was done. And it's a good way to kind of cover your cover those bases, because there's a lot of federal as well as state resource agencies that are part of those meetings. The purpose of the meetings really is to conduct environmental reviews that are project specific. But that said, I thought it worked pretty well. I remember going to that meeting and kind of explaining what the requirement was, and what an MPO does, and what to look for in these discussions of environmental mitigation in the long range plans. And I think there were some good comments that were provided by that committee. And again, it kind of helps you cover those consultation requirements that are a part of what's required. So just wanted to bring that up too.
Yeah, thanks, Lee. We will we'll definitely take a look at doing that.
Great.
Okay. Is that the last comment that we have? That might be the end of our day right there. Okay, so thank you very much to Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission for all of the work you've done preparing for this review. Like I said earlier today, a lot of this goes unseen. It's one thing for the federal review team to come in and read a lot of the documents that you've prepared over the year, and most recent practices that you're implementing. But there's a lot of preparation for the 1 or 2 days that make up your review. So thank you very much for doing that. And thank you also for organizing our Zoom meetings. I've never organized a Zoom meeting. So I'm sure during this COVID time I will at some point, but I haven't yet. But that's been very helpful to pull us all together. So I think this has been very valuable. Just to give a sense of what to expect from here, let's see, I have a schedule that I've worked out with the rest of the team. Yeah, we're going to try and have a draft report together. I initially gave a mid-January date. It's probably going to be sooner than that. I had some things going on that were going to really drain a lot of my time, and I've been able to finish those early. So I think that we're going to see a draft review report before then. I don't have a date to share with you right now since my schedule has changed. However, what we'd like to do when we give you that review report, we'd like to ask you to look through it and bring to our attention any, we call them technical corrections. If we had heard something wrong, if we misrepresented something that legitimately is in there incorrectly, please bring that to our attention. And then after that technical corrections period, once we receive your comments back, we'll get a final review report out to you and to the state as well. again, I'm not going to go by these dates, but typically we like to have about 60 days between the review and the final report. And so what we'd like to do after that, once you receive the final report, is take a little bit of time and put together an action plan that gives us a sense of what it is that you plan on doing to address what the findings were that we brought to light in the report, whether they be technical correction, corrective actions or recommendations. And we'll follow up after that just to make sure that we've got progress going on there. So that's where we're going from here. Are there any questions from you, Sylvia or Nate? Anyone at the MPO? Do you have any questions to throw our way before we call this a day?
No, I really appreciate again all of the review team's time. In you have time preparing for this as well, and reviewing these documents and providing the good comments that you did back to us both today and on Tuesday. So thanks to all of you for your time as well. And we will also make sure that you're in the loop when we make our final updates to our CMP based on the discussion that we've had this week, as well as when we release our MTP for its comment period.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Well,
to add to that, sorry, Paul.
Okay.
I just want to thank everyone. This was a very different review than we've had in the past, and I think it's because of Zoom. We have people from all over that have been able to provide us feedback. So we're benefiting from that, and ultimately our communities will benefit. So I think this has been a great process, and yeah, thank you.
All right. Anybody else before we call it a day?
Well, thanks again to the folks from our headquarters and resource center that are still with us. We really do appreciate your additional expertise and subject matter expertise on some of the more technical areas in particular. It's always helpful to have you guys participate. So thanks again, and stay tuned. We'll call you back for more of this for the next one.
I have to
Change your
thank-
phone number.
I have to thank, who is it? Eric, for some of my latest phrases. Today's, I have accessibility contours. Let's see, geo rectification. So those are good. Those are adding to the meso simulation. And, you know, I just hope I get in a conversation with someone about modeling, and I'm just going to toss those out there. Yeah.
Score some Scrabble points on them. Yeah.
Just be careful you don't get questions on them.
Oh, yeah. No, well, you know, that'll be a fun story to make up, but
Yeah.
anyway, thank you.
All right. Well, everyone, thank you. And once again, thanks to our resource center and headquarters partners. Thank you again to the MPO. So I hope you all have a nice rest of the day, and we will be in touch.
Yeah, and happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Take care.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks again, everybody.